up, y'all? Welcome to Chip and Zay here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. I am Zay Collier. Happy Monday, everybody. Red River Monday. Excited about that, but obviously not as excited as we could have been. But hey, we're here to break that down for you, not only today, but all week long here on TSU. Oklahoma fans, welcome. I'm sure y'all are coming in on some hating shit. We appreciate everybody, the normal folks that have watched and loved us ever since we've been popping off here at TSU. Appreciate that. If you haven't liked, subscribe, do that now. Facebook, Twitch, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter, X, whatever. We're everywhere. Get the app. Hit us up on our Coda text line 512-222-9328. Plenty to break down. My man Chip Brown, he'll be joining us any moment now. He's down there on campus interviewing all the players. I'm sure he wants to hear everybody and what all the players have to say. Steve Sarkisian spoke today because it's tough, man. Real tough. Yes, Chip just texted me, Arch still not here yet, but he's already headed down to LBJ. So damn, Arch late? I don't even know what that means. Everybody's late. I was trying to listen to Longhorn Network earlier with Steve Sarkisian. It's supposed to be at 11:30. Sark didn't get to the podium until after 11:40. So I don't know what that means. Sark, he was all right in the press conference today. He said something like, all the other teams in college football, y'all go down and play at the Shoe and play at the Swamp and see how you do. Which I guess that's what you say. I mean, you got to have your teams back through these troubling times because, man, there's some rough times right now. I did not expect to see what we saw on Saturday. I thought Texas would be able to produce in an ugly way just because, as we saw, this is an ugly team. When it comes to being disciplined, when it comes to the toughness, when it comes to having the opportunities right there that slip through your hands. Now the defense, who we thought was good and still could be good, they might not be as tough and as good as we thought. Like Manny Muhammad ain't Champ freaking Bailey. Let's keep it a buck here. You know what I'm saying? I love you, Manny Muhammad, Malik Muhammad. Definitely need him back because we saw Kobe Black get absolutely torched. Cade Phillips, he had his moments where he was good, and he had his moments where he looked like a freshman and got torched too. Overall, the tackling was poor, just getting manhandled in the trenches, both sides, defensive line, offensive line. That was really surprising, and I don't know what moves you make if you're Steve Sarkisian to improve that against the defense that, in my opinion, is better than Florida. I mean, the stats told you everything that Florida couldn't do. They did against Texas. How? How is that possible? Florida came into the game one of the lowest pressure rates in the nation. The lowest pressure rate in Power 4. Those Gators, they came into the game with those stats. Arch Manning was pressured higher than any player in college football this season in that game on Saturday. What? Again, think about how far off both of those stats are. That's worrisome. That's not good. That's not good. That offensive line, Kyle Flood, I don't know, man. I guess Hayden Connor, Jake Majors, Kelvin Banks, Cam Williams, guess they were that good last year. But this offensive line, man, I don't know what you do at left guard. I've been seeing a lot of people throw out some opinions, which, hey, that makes sense. The best one I've seen is put Connor Robinson at center, put Cole Hudson at left guard. That's the best thing that I've seen. Whoever said that, the first one to say that, I've seen multiple people say that. That might be something you have to ride with, which it's not like Cole Hudson is playing great football either. The whole line's up and down when it comes to the penalties, when it comes to just getting manhandled. There are plays which a lot of y'all who are blaming Arch Manning, I could understand the first 4 weeks. I don't understand coming in this week. Arch showed us some shit. Arch, he missed some throws. He missed some throws. A lot of people missed some throws, though. But if you want to find some positivity out of that Florida game, which is very slim out here, like Kevin Durant slim when it comes to positivity with this game, Arch Manning showing some toughness is one of them. Because that offensive line, Nick Brooks, I don't know how many times he olayed. Just come on down. Y'all want to kill our $1 million plus quarterback? Go ahead. Like just getting beat off the line, with not many blitzes either, just straight up 4-man rush. They're doing some twisted stuff every now and then, but overall, it shouldn't have looked like that. So if you're Arch Manning and you don't got much time in that pocket and you don't feel confident about making those throws up the field, yeah, you start to force some stuff, which he did. He forced some things. He can't take that sack at the end. That's tough. You can't do that. He knows that. But, hey, man, in those situations, it should have been a clean pocket the whole game. That's what Sark and them came in thinking. Oh, Florida, they can't get a pressure on anybody. No one. Their defense is good, but they're not getting pressures on guys. Our quarterback is going to have time to sit back there, go through his progressions, and make throws to allow us to move the chains. That didn't happen. And then to top it off, other than Arch Manning running the ball, your running back room, I don't know what you do with that to go with the offensive line. I mean, I really don't. 15 yards, 11 carries between the running backs. How do you win like that? How are you even competitive? The fact that they lost by 8 is amazing. That they didn't just get straight up steamrolled out of the Sunshine State. Like, it's kind of shocking. It's just, I'm very shocked that this offensive line. Contravian Wisner said today, I've seen that floating around social media, that he's 100% healthy. I can't believe that. You know, he was kind of hobbling after that touchdown to make the scoreboard 21 at that point for the Horns, where he got that touchdown in the red zone. I don't know if he's 100%. He just doesn't have that burst, man. He doesn't. And if you're Sark, you got to rely on that. You got to rely on him because, yeah, James Simon, Christian Clark, and Jared Gibson might have promise, but with this offensive line, what can they do? I see my guy at LBJ Library coming out of the Texas pressers today, the great and one and only Chip Brown.
Oh, man. What a weekend. What a weekend.
Man? Did you get a little Sunshine State tan or anything?
No. It was overcast. It was, but I'll say this, man. That swamp is electric. Now I get it. I'm glad I got to experience it at its height. Because those fans are unbelievable. It is, that place is stacked up. The sound stays right in it. And they were live, obviously. I mean, if Grayson Littleton's hit and caused fumble, if that ball would have bounced toward Michael Taft and not away from him, maybe they never get as loud, but that when that ball was just sitting there and Texas couldn't get on it, that was like a foreshadowing of things to come for Texas because, man, they got whipped. They just got whipped on both sides of the line. Yeah, if you're looking for a positive, and by the way, in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. And I know a lot of Texas fans are having to really struggle to find some happiness on this overreaction Monday. But, I mean, I guess if you're looking for any kind of positive, it's that Texas played about as badly as they could play. I thought the defense, we knew the defense was probably going to have a clunker at some point. And they did. I mean, this was rough. They weren't physical. They weren't themselves. And we knew Florida was capable of it, but they hadn't shown anything like what they showed on Saturday. And now, Zay, I mean, okay, so the positive is that they played as badly as they could play. I mean, their average third down on their 11 third downs was 3rd and 11.
Yeah.
Arch Manning was the leading rusher. They ran for 2 yards a carry. Arch got sacked 6 times. He got hit a dozen times. And Texas was still, and they gave up explosive plays left and right on defense. And Texas was still driving with a minute left with a chance to tie and cut it to 8 in the third quarter. And they miss a shot play to Emmett Mosley, and they miss Ryan Wingo's double pass sailed over Endry's head, would have been a walk-in touchdown. But hey, ifs and buts, candies, we're candy and nuts, we'd all have a Merry Christmas. So they got it handed to them, and they're doing in-game auditions at left guard. I mean, Connor Stroh is out there for 16 snaps. Then it's Nick Brooks. Both of them struggled.
Yeah. What happened to Neto? Like, we just gave up on him?
I don't know.
We just gave up on him. That's clearly what happened.
Yeah.
Unless he's not on the injury report, you got to put that out every week. I've been keeping up with it.
Right.
Neto, Yumi Zulu, he hasn't been on it once, so that can't be it. They just straight up said, you're not playing. We don't think you're good enough. We have no faith in you, no confidence in you. We don't believe in you. Because it can't get much worse, Chip. From what I saw from that left guard spot on Saturday, how can it get worse? Right. So if Neto's not as good as what Connor freaking Stroh and what Nick freaking Brooks put on the field on Saturday, Lord have mercy.
Well, and you're going into the Cotton Bowl in this atmosphere against that defense. I think you have to move Cole Hudson to left guard, and you got to bring in Connor Robertson because at least those two have played in this game and know how absolutely crazy the intensity, the momentum swings, the everything. I mean, these are 2 veteran guys. These are 2 4-year players. I think you have to do that for this game and then see how that holds up. Because, putting a, Connor Stroh never played a snap before he played at Ohio State. Now, and Nick Brooks had never played in a road game before going into the swamp. And, he had back-to-back false start penalties in the fourth quarter. It takes him from 2nd and 9 to 2nd and 19. Arch throws an interception on the next play. This offense is searching for answers, and we're approaching the midpoint of the season. Now, Sark said everything's fixable. Okay. I mean, at some point, your leadership has to take over too, your leadership. And who are the leaders on the offense? CJ Baxter, Quintravian Wisner, and
DeAndre Moore.
But your running back room, and Trevor Goosby's going to have to be more vocal. Arch, Sark said Arch earned respect in the locker room with all the hits he took and kept getting up. Okay, well, guess what? You're going to face that same kind of adversity as an offense in this game. And, I think Trevor Goosby, and I know Brandon Baker keeps committing penalties. Baker is going to be good. They have to stick with Baker. Nick Brooks is going to be good too. It's just, how much has he practiced at left guard? Like, you had him at left tackle, learning from Goosby this year, so that if Goosby moves on, you've got Nick Brooks ready to go for next year. I don't know what's going on in that offensive line room, but Kyle Flood, everybody is staring at you because you got dudes in there like Zay, you just said, Neto, Umazolo, or however we're pronouncing it. Let's call him Neto.
Yeah.
Neto, Zena, and Zeke. We know. We'll just call him Neto U. But you got to have these guys. What have you been doing in practice? What have you been doing in practice with these guys? Like, Neto's a 4-year guy.
It's comical.
And Connor Stroh's a 2nd-year guy. I mean, or 3rd year. I don't know.
Yeah, I think he's 3rd-year guy.
They've been in practices long enough, and man, it's got to get better. It's got to get better in a hurry, or they're going to lose 2-3 more games.
Nick Brooks, Pro Football Focus grade, that pass rush is
rough.
0. It just says 0. I thought it was a typo. I was like, they didn't get that. That couldn't be right. Nah, go watch the film. He's getting beat every time.
He's overwhelmed, and and look, that atmosphere was intense, but really, we're doing in-game auditions on the road at the Swamp? Like,
after a bye
week? And the off weeks have not been kind to Sarkisian. Like, his team doesn't come out with that fire. And look, we said this Florida game. That's why I gave my fire and brimstone speech on Thursday, because this was the definition of a trap game. You're playing a team whose record belies the talent. You knew Florida. We knew coming into the season their offensive line was good. Their defensive line was good. And DJ Lagway had talent. What I could not believe, Zay, is that DJ Lagway, with a minute left in the first quarter, hopped off the field.
Hurt.
Hopped into the medical tent, came out. Trainers are evaluating him if he can even go back in and play. And you don't take some chances and bring some blitzes to try to heat him up. You just keep rushing for and letting him. He never had to move.
Yeah. When they did, I ain't gonna lie, he put it on the money.
Yeah, he did.
That he has a sidearm, which you're like, oh, that's why you were a 5-star. That's why Billy Napier kept his job, because of you. Because that's different. The way that he gets that ball out of his hands, the speed, the velocity, it's different. You see the upside, which, of course, it happens against Texas. He hasn't been worth a flip all year long. Miami's pressuring him left and right a couple of weeks prior. And Texas, how many pressures they get on him? I think Colin Simmons had 4. Cole Brevard had 1, which led to the Michael Taft interception. Trey Moore had 1. That's it.
6.
You get 8.
8.
Yeah. Or excuse me, 6. Yeah, 6. Thank you.
6. And it wasn't, like you said. I mean, and we're getting the comments here. Joe K, worst part is Florida didn't have to blitz and still had Arch running for his life. And look, Florida did a good job. Florida did a good job defensively. They made Arch hold the ball. Sometimes Arch just held the ball. But they're not. I mean, they're moving the pocket. They're doing stuff to try to, take.
They're soft.
They're soft.
Soft ball club. They're just a soft ball club. Like, that's what's the saddest thing. Like, you got some choir boys on this team at the wrong positions. Like, you got to have animals on the offensive line, man.
Yeah.
You just got a lot of nice guys.
Yeah, no, it's true. It's true. And look, I'm not trying to stir it up, but I'm not sure Ryan Wingo's a wide receiver 1. Look, Texas had a chance to recruit Dallas Wilson. He was going to be a high dollar guy. And Texas, put all their money into Khalil Lockett, Jamie French, and Michael Terry.
What they doing?
Dallas Wilson is a monster.
Yeah. Well, what's Michael Terry, Khalil Lockett, and Jamie French doing?
You tell me. I can't find him. I can't find him anywhere. Michael Terry's not on the travel squad.
Did they even make the trip? Lord have mercy.
I mean, yikes.
Yeah, Dallas Will said he just Kobe Black.
He just palmed him to the ground.
Palm to the ground like Kobe. This is when you shine. When Malik Muhammad wasn't available, Kobe Black should have said, yo, this is how I make some money. I'm about to make me some Skrilla this weekend. Kobe Black was horrible. Isaiah Satania, look at that Kobe Black. Look at his chops right now. Probably eating some barbecue chicken, watching that film. Him and Ben Arbuckle laughing, cheersing on drinks and stuff. Laugh with Michael Hawkins. Michael Hawkins laughing too, like, oh, man, you see these corners for Texas? Wow.
Man, I'm just telling you.
This.
I'm just telling you that was rough. And then I love Hero Canoe, but Hero Canoe, was like, watch the film. And I'm like, watch the film. I watch the film. I'm going to see y'all getting gashed on outside zone all over and over and over again.
Yeah, that outside zone was clicking.
Oh, my. And then they made some adjustments, but man, this is, Yeah,
adjustments. You put 9 in the box. That's desperate. 9 in the box. That's a lot of guys.
Still didn't bring the heat.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you. I'm like,
weak-ass pistol play action that they be running.
Well, and this is, look, that's Sark's side of the ball. Arch Manning is your leading rusher 5 games into the season. Arch Manning. What do we say about the identity of this offense? It's Arch Manning running right now. That's the identity of this offense. Now,
I think it's just him in general.
I think, and Colt McCoy did that. He got away with it in 2008 and even in 2009. The offensive line was not great in those seasons. Colt could run, and he had Jordan Shipley. So Arch is, and now Parker Livingston is hurt. Now the x-rays were negative. What a catch, by the way.
Hell of a catch.
The guy's trapping the ball against his helmet, taking a shot to his right knee that just looked horrible.
Yeah, if Arch puts it on him a little better and not a damn hospital ball, or he has to bobble it, then he's not hurt. But
Emmett Mosley's going to help this team.
Yeah.
Emmett Mosley's going to help this team. And then, between DeAndre Moore and you got DeAndre Moore, you got Emmett Mosley, you got Parker Livingston, and I don't know, man. I think they might be targeting the wrong guy. I like Ryan Wingo. I think he's a super kid. I just don't know that he's got that dog in him. And if you're making him the number 1 wide receiver and the players don't believe in him, and I'm not saying they don't, but if the players always know who's the dog, who should be playing. And this wide receiver room has got to take it up a notch. Arch has got to take it up a notch. The worst thing that could have happened was Matt Caldwell coming in and throwing that 26-yard dime.
Oh, my gosh.
Because now everyone's like, oh, looky there. Looky.
People that are doing that are so ignorant.
Right.
I'm sorry. Come on.
Yeah.
It's a dime, but come on.
Yeah. You gotta let Arch grow with this, whatever this group of offensive linemen are. Like, they got to grow together. These receivers, Arch, they got to grow together. And this is not where we thought Texas would be approaching the midpoint of the season. Like, what was going on in camp? And I get it. The injuries to Baxter and Wisner they've been a problem. Those were your guys. And Wisner missed 3 games. Baxter's been out since the first play of the UTEP game. And, Wisner kind of tweaked his hamstring on his
I ain't buying here 100%. I'm glad he's saying that. And
He's a tough dude. He wants to win. He wants to go back to Dallas and get it done. But yeah, man, this is why I was like clanging the pots and pans last week, because you get out of the swamp with a win and you feel good about yourself. Now you got more noise to deal with, and there were some horrible performances out there from guys you might not have expected it from. And everyone's questioning the offensive line, and they should, because the interior of the offensive line has been not good at all. Left guard's been a problem all year. So just put Cole Hudson over there. Yeah. Put Connor Robertson at center and just go to work.
You live with that for the rest of the year. You live with that for the rest of the year. Because they got to buy some, chemistry together. Like, I just need some tough guys out there.
Right.
Just get a hand on somebody, man.
Maybe Neto being a hothead or whatever the issue is, maybe that's a good thing.
Is that his issue?
I mean,
does he crash out?
Well, they say he lets one bad play lead to another. You can't shake it.
No, I'm not trying to hear that shit. Hell no. And with what we've seen,
where's Nate Kibble?
Worse.
Sarkisian said he wanted to see more Nate Kibble. We haven't seen more Nate Kibble. I don't know what's going on, because they got to get it fixed, and they got to get it fixed in a hurry, or this is going to be a Cheez-It Bowl season.
No, you need to hit up Sam Pittman right now, just for a couple of weeks. Sam Pittman ain't doing a damn thing. He ain't doing a damn thing. Just hit him up, pay Sam a smooth six-digit salary for about 3 weeks. Just come in to do something, because it ain't clicking with Kyle right now. I'm not saying that Kyle's bad. Kyle's done some really good things, but with these guys, it ain't clicking. And this goes back to sometimes, man, your pride gets in the way. The pride could be a mother, shut your mouth. This coaching staff, oh, man, we've developed so well at this offensive line position. There's no need to go and see what's out there. We believe in Connor Stroh. We believe in Neto. DJ Campbell, he's going to be our leader this year. How can he not be our leader? Look at all the reps he has under his belt. He's not going to be a liability. Ain't no way. You know why? Because we've coached him up, Kyle. This is what Starks looking at, Kyle. We coached him up, Kyle. Look at Kelvin Blanks thriving for New Orleans, who got their first dub yesterday. Yeah. Look at Christian Jones thriving.
Yeah.
Look at all these guys making good money. That's us. We did that. And these guys, they saw that. They're going to become that. And that hasn't been it. That hasn't been the case.
Well, if this team doesn't show up on Saturday in the Cotton Bowl, because if you're not the most physical team in that game, you have no chance. And you better, you better put some extra weights in your pants and bring a lunch pail and a hard hat and maybe a nightstick, because Oklahoma's defense is frothing at the mouth. They're number 1 in the nation in total defense, number 1 in the nation in third down defense, number 2 in the nation in scoring defense, number 5 in the nation in run defense. Like they've got the numbers I thought the Texas defense would have, honestly. I mean, I thought this Texas defense was going to be, oh, here we go.
Sup, fellas? Sooner Cowboys in the building.
Oh, yeah.
Cowboys, what's up, baby? Sup, fellas? Did I tell y'all or did I tell you? Texas going 6-7 or 7-5. According to my man, Sooner Cowboys, long listener of Chip and Zay on Texas Sports Unfiltered, and Sooner fan and Texas hater. Yeah, he probably liked those stats that you just rang out.
Well, listen, Oklahoma's offense is not, let's not get carried away.
We said that about Florida.
Yeah, but we knew DJ Lagway. We knew DJ Lagway was good coming in.
Oh, we ain't know. After that,
into the season?
Yeah, but we ain't know that.
Come on, man.
Something happened. We didn't think it would change. Not with this Texas defense.
Well,
we thought, come
my
on.
point is this: OU's offense ain't setting any records right now. So if the Texas defense has any heart, they're going to show up and they're going to be physical, the most physical on the field, and control the line of scrimmage and control OU. This will be a 13-9 game.
I ain't picking the Horns, man. Sorry,
Yeah,
y'all.
I don't know why you would.
I can't do it.
Yeah, I'm not picking them again until I see something, some life.
That was embarrassing. That was one of those fans have every right to be embarrassed about what we saw on Saturday. Like not being tough enough. I have a huge problem with that.
Yeah.
Like there's one thing to get out coached, which happened. Like, come on, man, getting the punt blocked.
Oh,
what are we doing?
Call timeout. Like you saw, they were totally overloading the left side of the Texas line.
Jeff, that's on you, Jeff.
Timeout. You got to call that timeout because it was obvious.
Yeah.
They had 7 guys.
I don't know what Jeff Banks has been doing because the tight ends, they ain't worth a flip right now. Think about how good JT Sanders and Gunnar Helm were these last 2 years. All this crap I heard about Jack Entries, he just getting cardio out. The way he got lit up by that linebacker, when the linebacker picked his ass up and slammed him. Jack Entries just running around out there. He is not involved. None of the tight ends are involved.
Well,
It's
you got to
– Ryan Wingo, like tight end's important for Steve Sarkisian's offense.
Yeah.
If you ain't doing nothing, then – they're just, man, this, I don't know. yeah.
But here's my problem. 8 targets for Ryan Wingo. Give some of those targets to Emmett Mosley going forward. Give some of those targets to Dalen McCutcheon going forward. Give some of those targets to DeAndre Moore going forward. I don't know. I'm not convinced. Arch
threw him a high pass down the field that was in his hands that he has to catch.
You have to catch that.
He has to catch it. Like, you're gonna get hit, bro. That comes with the job.
You're gonna get hit.
Like, I'm sorry. Like, it might have messed you up on some PTSD stuff. Watching Parker Livingston go down the way he did, you can't put that in your mind thinking that's gonna happen to you because that's a big time hit. Even though it was a big-time catch by Parker Livingston, those kind of hits for weak-minded teams, which I could say that about this Texas team at this point, for weak-minded teams, hits like that on Parker Livingston, now everybody thinking like that. Now everybody thinking.
Yeah, but Wingo was eyeballing that DB closing in on him. You got to take that rib shot. Yeah, it's a high ball. It's a hospital ball. You got to catch it. And take some cracked ribs on the play.
Yeah, this is what it is. You know what I'm saying? That's why I got a lot of respect for Arch Manning coming out of this game. Arch Manning took some hits, boy.
Oh, he took some hits.
He took some hits. The way this offensive line was olaying, he took some shots that not too many guys would get up from, and he just kept it pushing. Did he miss some throws? For sure. Did he hold on to the ball for too long? For sure. But with what this offense was giving him, with what the run game was giving him, the throws that he made that were positive were some big-time next-level throws. And Arch Manning deserves a lot of credit. A lot of people talking about, my man Matthew Caldwell, y'all wilding. Y'all just trolling, kind of like Vegas right now, picking Texas to win this game. Vegas, y'all are out of control. I don't know what y'all see. I get Texas, talent-wise, they got it, but Oklahoma, they've shown heart these first 5 games.
Texas hasn't been lit up by Oklahoma since Mac Brown. Like even Tom Herman, even when Sam Ehlinger got sacked 9 times, that was a 7-point game, 24-17. So this is about making sure that your team is ready for a fight, Because if they are not the most physical team or just physical, period, then there's deeper issues going on with this team, with the culture, the chemistry, or, leadership. All that stuff is you think it's bad now, it's going to feel like a grand piano fell on your head if you're a Texas player and you get lit up in this game against Oklahoma. And Oklahoma's sick of it. They've been lit up twice in the last, 22 and 24, twice in the last 4 years.
24-3, yeah.
49 zip and 34-3. I mean, those boys are like, let's go.
Yeah.
And and then in 2023, we got the first and goal. Or no, last year, right? No, 2 years ago. 2023. First and goal from the one. Right.
Yeah.
So
defensive lineman.
Look, this is it, man. This is the crossroad. Because you lose this game, I don't know if you have the leadership to keep the noise out anymore. You got a lot of young guys on that roster, Zay. A lot of young, highly paid guys who are not playing right now, who they don't know. They might be homesick. They might be, why am I not? They're hearing it from their family, friends. Why aren't you playing?
Yep.
And they're sitting there going, man, I don't know. And look, Sarkisian, this is a huge week.
Yeah.
This is a huge week.
Chad Scott, I'm calling you out, Chad Scott, running back coach for Texas. What's going on right now ain't looking too good now. Benefit of the doubt. I don't even think Bijan Robinson could do much with this offensive line right here. But still, boy, Chad Scott, he did not think coming to Texas it'd be like this. You got to clean it up, baby.
The other weird thing about this offensive line is half the guys are better in the gap scheme and half the guys are better in zone. Like, it's like a riddle. I don't know. Sarkisian's got to figure it out. And look, the screen game needs to be better. Sarkisian's great with the screen game.
They don't even do it.
It's almost like, no, right. It's almost like every defense expects the screen game. So he's like trying to develop other things. But yeah, I thought we would see a lot more, quick slants and stuff to get the ball out quickly. And I didn't feel like we saw that against Florida. I mean, there was a lot of, and I know there's check down, and Arch still doesn't look for the check down as much as he should. But hey, Florida was possessed. They played, and they're, what's crazy? They're probably going to go lose 3 more games.
Yo, A&M, I don't know. A&M, watch out.
What do you mean?
Watch out.
Like for Florida?
Yes.
That's in College Station.
I don't care. If I'm Mike Elko, I'm looking at that Texas film and I'm like, okay, this was sounding like a cakewalk a couple of weeks ago. Now we got to watch out because Dallas Wilson gives that whole offense new life. Dallas Wilson completely changed the game for them. He was an absolute monster. Like Kobe Black waking up in that cold sweat all week. Kobe Black waking up cold sweat all week. Dallas Turner throwing his ass to the turf. Dallas Turner beating them on that quick little slant he got in the red zone. Secondary, man, I was shocked. Like Grayson Littleton, he did his thing for a little bit, but all we heard with Jelani McDonald is, this guy's one of the best tacklers that we got. I don't think Andrew Makuba is getting drugged through the ground by Dallas Turner like that. I don't think John A. Barron is getting dragged through the ground by Dallas Turner like we saw with Jelani McDonald on that 55-yard touchdown.
Well, he tried to punch the ball out instead of tackling him.
What is that?
You can't do that.
That's what I'm saying.
You got to tackle him. Just tackle him.
Just tackle him. Like, dumps this team just 10 penalties. This team just does dumb stuff.
8 of them on offense. They're averaging almost 6 offensive penalties per game. They're averaging almost 4 pre-snap or formation penalties per game.
Yeah.
I mean,
131st in penalties in college football. There's
Yeah.
only 136 teams.
8 of those penalties on the offense in the second half. Like that team, they got a lot of stuff, man. You know, like when you move into a new house, you got all kinds of stuff on your to-do list, and it's a nightmare. There's nothing worse. Well, this is that kind of to-do list for Texas. Offensively. I'll give we knew the defense was probably going to have a clunker at some point. And they got hit in the face, and they responded a little bit in the second half. Texas outscored Florida 14-10 in the second half. Could have, you hit the double pass, just float that thing up there. What are we doing, Ryan Wingo?
He's probably expecting another helm or JT Sanders speed. I don't know if Jack Andrews is it either. We talking about Ryan Wingo. I don't know if Jack Andrews is it either.
No,
I don't know if Jack Andrews is it either. I'm being honest with you.
Wow.
I don't know that. I need proof.
Did you watch the Ohio State game?
I did watch that game.
Did you watch the San Jose State game?
I can say the same about Ryan Wingo with you. Ryan Wingo's had moments too. Everybody needs to get questioned.
Okay. Well,
everybody needs to get questioned. Jack Andrews.
Yeah, I agree with that. But I'm not I'm all over the running game and the offensive line.
Sure.
First, I'm not getting rid of Jack Andrews. That dude's got some
I'm not putting Jack
playmaking ability.
And
he's tough. He caught that ball at Ohio State and got crunched by 2 defenders hung onto the ball. Ryan Wingo wouldn't even go up and get the ball.
See, that's wrong to say. We don't know that yet.
He
dropped the pass. He dropped the pass.
He dropped a 4th and 4 pass against UTEP that would have continued to drive. I'm
just saying the tight end position was irrelevant. I'm not putting Jack Andrews at the top of the list of the problems staff. There's a lot more before Jack Andrews, but also everybody's in question right now.
And the sad thing, scary thing is that we're having this conversation and we're approaching the midpoint of the season. Like, we don't know the identity of this offense. We don't know who the playmakers are at running back. Like, what are you doing at running back this week, Zay?
I have no idea.
Yeah, I mean, it's what am I doing?
Because again, when you're working with a soft offensive line, which at times, a lot of times, they don't even know their assignments. They don't even know who they're blocking before the snap. Like, it's hard to block when I don't know where I'm going. That's the way Nick Brooks looked a lot. That's the way Connor Stroh looks a lot. Cole Hudson has those moments where he's just blocking air, not getting contact on nobody. And then somebody goes right around and makes a 2-yard tackle for loss. And these guys are out here just, oh, man, wondering what's going on with their Johnson in their hand.
Well, the problem is they got to fix left guard. They've got to start there. I think the absolute no-brainer solution is you move Cole Hudson over, you put Connor Robertson at center, and you go from there, and you live with the results because, believe it or not, Texas is pass blocking okay. I know Arch was running for his life, but everything was coming through that left guard gap. It was a nightmare. It was terrible. I mean, I don't even know what to tell you because I think Nick Brooks is probably going to end up being a good player, and he's going to look back at that Florida game, and it's going to be like, I learned so much from that game, blah, blah, blah. That's a resolve builder. I'm not throwing Nick Brooks away, but what are you doing as a coaching staff that you don't know? You're guessing. You're putting guys out there and you're guessing. We think he's good in practice. Okay, well, he's not good in the game. How many snaps do you need to see before you make an adjustment? You're going to lose Arch Manning if you don't make some of these fixes.
Yeah, he
Arch
can't
Manning's
last.
going to
If he
be like,
gets hit like he did
right,
against
he's either
Florida,
going to get knocked out physically or his family's going to start questioning, what kind of offensive line are you playing with? Like, I'm sure Texas will go to the portal. They didn't do it this offseason, obviously. Everyone in the world knows that.
bad move.
And now they're going to have to, make some big time adjustments this offseason to make some fixes. But you got to hold this team together. They got to come together. I mean, Sark said everything right after the game. He said this week will be a test of our culture. We got to come get closer than we ever have. That's all true. I got to say, I didn't think the energy was great from the players today, but I'm sure they're tired of talking to the media. They're saving all their energy for the locker room and the practice field, in the game field. That's what Texas fans are hoping, because that lack of running game, like Miami only led Florida 13-7 going into the fourth quarter. They weren't having great success running the football, but they stuck with it. And by the fourth quarter, they were able to wear them down. They ran it 17 times, and they averaged 5 yards a carry, and they scored 2 fourth-quarter touchdowns and won 26-7. And Texas couldn't even get out of the first quarter. They were leaking so bad on the left side of the line. And, yeah, there's a lot of fixing to do. A lot on that to-do list.
Yeah. It's also just disappointing that they couldn't get DJ Lagway on the ground with his lack of
Oh, my God. That, to me, that was my lead. I couldn't believe it.
Dude,
I couldn't believe it.
Move.
Come on, Pete Kwiatkowski. You got to – I don't – zone blitz. I don't care what you have to do, but you got to – Kwiatkowski can time up some blitzes, some corner blitzes, some stuff where you drop a defensive lineman. I mean, if you only want to rush 4, zone blitz, but you got to take some chances, man. You got to get that guy off his spot. He can't move.
Yeah.
So he throws a 60-yard pass. Okay?
Barnell Brownland?
Yeah. Lagway is hopping on his left foot down the field to catch up to his teammates.
Yeah, he looked like Brian Leftwich. Yeah.
I'm like, I slapped Eric in the shoulder. I'm like, are you watching this? Look at Lagway right now. He's hopping. I couldn't believe it, Zach.
Couldn't move. Had
I couldn't believe
61
it.
yards against
You couldn't
Miami.
heat him up with one leg.
One leg.
And he didn't have to move.
No,
He just handed it off.
Man.
Huh?
He picked Texas apart. And Jaden Ball, we talked about it.
After the injury, he completed 13 of his next 15 passes for 219 yards and 2 touchdowns.
Yeah, I don't understand that.
They were up 7-0 when he got that injury.
Yeah. He was getting that ball out quick, but still.
Yeah.
And Jaden Ball, Billy Napier, he wised up. We talked about it.
Yep.
That's what scared me.
You got to run that guy. He's an animal.
He's so good.
He's so good.
He's so good.
Like, he's ready for the NFL right now.
Yeah.
And it's –
you think you got him stopped, and I'm like, yo, how the hell did he get 3 more extra yards?
Oh, my God.
How's he keep doing that? He get hit, 3-yard gain. Okay, we got him. 2nd and 7 coming up. Wait a minute, he's still moving. Wait a minute. Oh, now it's 2nd and 3 coming
right.
up. Like, how's he doing
That's
this?
that whole falling forward thing.
Yeah,
you know?
And then they bring in Duke Clark, and then Duke Clark starts going crazy. I'm like, how are y'all letting this fool? Florida had 2 running backs out. Their next 2 running backs, 2 and 3 on the depth chart, hurt, not available. So I'm coming into this game thinking, okay, maybe he's not going to run Jaden Ball as much because he knows with their rigorous schedule that they got coming up, they need Jaden Ball to last. And maybe that's what he's been doing so far this season because Jaden Ball hasn't got many touches. No, he just said, oh, the Jaden Ball gets tired. We're going to put in fifth freaking string and he's going to run all over Texas because we're just tougher than them. We're just tougher than them. My guys are tougher than Sark's guys.
Yeah.
They can't handle the atmosphere. They're getting penalties left and right. They're missing assignments. Like, just outworked on every level you could possibly be outworked. Coaching, in the trenches. Their quarterback outplayed Arch. Their running back outplayed our running backs. Wide receivers outplayed the other wide receivers. Like, it's just every spot, secondary. And you only lost by 8. That's what's crazy.
Crazy.
You outplayed on every level possible in this football game, and you only lose by 8.
Well, in the first half, Texas only had 2 penalties. And one of them was on Michael Taft.
Yeah,
in the second half, the offense fell apart, lost its mind. It was holding and false start and holding and false start. And I mean, well, here it is. Let's just break it down. They had a false start on Gooseby and the personal foul on Michael Taft in the first half. Then in the second half, false start on Baker, holding on Baker, false start on Nick Brooks, false start on Nick Brooks, holding on Jordan Washington. Jordan Washington's got to stop getting penalties. And I get it. That run went outside of him. And sometimes that's what got Cam Williams in the Michigan game. When the play goes outside of him, you got to let go. When you feel him start to turn away from you, you got to let go. They had a delay of game in the fourth quarter that on 3rd and 17.
Yeah.
What are we doing? And then at 3rd and 22, there was a false start on Wingo.
Yeah.
So it's 3rd and 27. You want to know how you average 3rd and 11 for an entire game? That's how. You end up with a 3rd and 27 with a bunch of penalties. I mean, everyone's like, Sark sucks at play calling. Sark's dealing with 2nd and 16 and 3rd and 20. I mean, it's all his fault. I mean, he's in charge of all of it. But, like, if you don't have a running game, if you can't run the football and stay on schedule so that you've got 2nd and 6, 3rd and 2, man, you're trying to do it all in the air.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't even know why they were still in play action.
I know.
Like, Florida wasn't falling for that. Poor Ron Roberts was like, hey, any play action you see, don't bite. We'll be fine. Don't bite. Stick to your guns. Let our 4-man rush handle it. They'll get them. With how soft these guys are, how tough we are, we'll be fine. We'll drop 7, rush 4, and we'll see what happens. And yeah,
Tyreek Sapp. Yeah, that dude's a football player.
Still,
that dude's a football player for Florida.
Our Mason Thomas, those fools. Oh man, they can't wait. They can't wait for Red River.
Let me. I'm gonna do something bootleg here that I know you'll love.
Always love
this.
Good bootleg.
I mean, look at my guy. Look at my guy, Tyreek Sapp. Look at that neck.
Put it up a little bit. Yeah.
Look at that. Look at that neck.
Yeah. He got that
dude.
Country build.
That dude wants to eat you.
Yeah.
I mean, he dominated the game. Took over the game. He had 6 tackles, 1 tackle for loss. Felt like he had 10 tackles for loss. I mean, and he's right there in the middle of the defensive line. You got to have that's a Byron Murphy, Tavondre Sweat type guy. And Texas has a bunch of good defensive tackles. They don't have a Tyreek Sapp this year. They don't have a T Sweat. They don't have a Byron Murphy, an A Collins, a Vernon Broughton, and they're rotating them a lot. But listen, I'll give the defense a pass for not showing up for one game. And they've done most of the heavy lifting for the season, but you gotta win the football game Saturday in the Cotton Bowl. You got to win it. You're going to have to win it 13-9. You're going to have to hold, whether it's Mateer or Hawkins or whoever the hell's out there, Satania. This defense is going to have to win the game, because I don't trust this offense to stop committing penalties all of a sudden.
Yeah.
They have committed 8 penalties in 3 of their 5 games. The offense, they committed 8 penalties against Florida, 8 penalties against Sam Houston. You didn't notice it because they won 55-0. They committed 1 offensive penalty against UTEP, 8 against San Jose State, and 4 against Ohio State. That's not the whole team, just the offense.
Yeah.
Like, you want to know why?
Worse.
Yeah, right. Sign of a well-coached team, week-to-week improvement. And that's what you're seeing from teams like Alabama and Florida, for that matter, but Oklahoma. Oklahoma's defense is getting better. They have 14 sacks in their last 2 games. Texas doesn't have 14 sacks for this season. We're just kidding. But still, I mean, it's a wake-up call, man. It's more than a wake-up call. This is your season.
Yeah.
Oklahoma leads the nation in sacks per game, 4.2. Texas has, let's see here. And I thought Texas was going to be like dominant up front on defense. Texas has 11 sacks. So they do have fewer sacks than OU's had the last 2 games. OU had 9 sacks against Auburn and 5 sacks against Kent State.
Yo, Ethan Burke, 13 snaps.
What was that?
What the hell are we doing?
That guy is like, they're beating you with outside zone. You want that guy in there. He's an edge container. I didn't get that.
We're just weird stuff. Like, does Ethan Burke cussing out people in the locker room? Like him and Lyle Clark fight, and we don't know about it, where Ethan Burke called Lyle Clark out of his name and talked about his mama and just completely disrespected them. Is he in the doghouse? Something that we didn't know about because they're keeping it so close to the house. It's something, because that's what I have to speculate shit like that when I see 13 snaps for a quality player like Ethan Burke in a game that, as you just said, Chip, they probably could have used him in for more than 13 snaps. Like, he's not on the injury report. Again, you got to put that out 4 times a week, Wednesday through Saturday, every day, 7:10 Central. It comes out. Ethan Burke wasn't on it once. So did he hurt? Did he get hurt? Maybe we'll find that out on this week's for Red River. But if he's not hurt, if something crazy didn't happen behind the scenes and you're only playing them 13 snaps, I got a problem with that. Like, it's just stuff that doesn't make sense. You know what I'm saying? Right. Lance Jackson should never get more snaps than Ethan Burke. I think Lance Jackson's going to be a hell of a player.
Yeah, he's going to be a good player.
But dude's a freshman. The dude still has a lot to learn. Ethan Burke has proven that he's reliable. So why aren't you relying on that? That's just weird, man. Like,
yeah, Ethan Burke was one of the higher rated players in the game, according to PFF, but he only played 13 snaps. And Trey Moore had 35 snaps. and he was one of the lower rated players in the game. Not sure what's going on there again. Like,
yo, Coach 420, dude, at 35 snaps, 55.3 percentage when it comes to Pro Football Focus. What are we doing?
what are we doing?
My man Grayson Littleton's getting tested, boy.
Yeah, he is.
He getting tested.
He's going to be fine. He's going to be fine. Hey, look, young players bite on the double move, but he's going to be fine. We all saw the first play of the game, right? I mean, that was a textbook form tackle, forced fumble, ball's on the ground. Michael Taft's going one direction, the ball's going another. I mean, it was.
I still don't understand how Mookie Taft doesn't get that ball.
I think his momentum.
So weird. Yeah.
You know, he was going in for the tackle, and then the ball goes behind him, and
yeah.
I mean, it's tough. It's tough because you get the ball at their 30 on the first play of the game.
Yeah, and instead it turns into a 13-play, 84-yard,
84-yard drive that took 7 minutes off the clock.
A lot of you. That takes the wind out you a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
It's one of those. It's hard to breathe after a drive like that because now you're like, okay, these boys ain't playing. This crowd ain't playing. First drive of the game, that's setting the tone. That set the tone for the whole game. And how they did it, like how easy it came, that drag route. DJ Lagway hits him. Jaden Ball just trucking and battling and grinding for every yard. It's like, geez, man. Can we play Derek Williams more? What's wrong with that? Give him 3 snaps? Like, that's it. Xavier Filsaime getting 13? How, like, is Derek Williams still injured? Like, what's going on there? Like, I don't know. Because if Jelani McDonald, who I still think is going to be really good this season, him having those situations where he can't get Dallas freaking Wilson down, can we put somebody in the game who can? That's going to lay the wood and maybe make one of those plays that could shift the game. Ty Anthony Smith did his thing. Cole Brevard, getting the Michael Taft interception, hitting the arm with DJ Lagway, but it just wasn't timely enough to get those big defensive stops. Like right when you make the score 22-14, that's when the Dallas Wilson touchdown came, 55 yards. Like, you needed that stop, man. And the timely plays, you didn't have them.
Oh, man. Okay. Yeah, man.
So how's the campus? The campus is nice. You said you said the fans, everybody.
I mean, they got those mossy oak trees. Those oak trees with that Spanish moss hanging off of it.
Yeah, classic Florida stuff.
Yeah, it's like South Carolina, deep South type stuff. Yeah. So, I mean, there's not a lot going on in Gainesville. It's central of the state. I mean, there's some nice lakes. It's a fun looking campus. The basketball arena right across the street from the swamp. Students are all out partying like crazy. But man, yeah. Well, I just heard something that is hugely concerning.
Oh God.
Yeah. Involving I gotta do some confirmation, but another injury.
Involving the quarterback, because he said he got a stinger. Okay.
No,
just making sure.
Yeah. But this I don't know what's going on, man.
What?
There's some weird
Yo, is Tori right? That's all I need to hear. Chip knows it. The season is shot.
I mean, it's not shot yet. But we're gonna find out if this team is connected with culture and all that stuff, because you're either gonna rally together or you're gonna be like, I don't believe in this guy. You know what I mean? Like, do they have 22 they can go out on the field with Saturday, who they believe in, who they will fight for? Or are there players playing who the rest of the team doesn't believe in? So
that's what I'm saying. When you see,
I think that's on the line.
When you see people like Ethan Burke only getting 13 snaps, like, I get Derek Williams was hurt, but only 3 snaps. Derek Williams, I've seen Derek Williams play some really good football as a freshman. So I like things like that. It's just, that's weird to see to me. I don't know, man. That's just very odd to see guys just getting reps that you thought would be a big part of this team. Not so much. Like, I really can't get over the Ethan Burke thing. Like, I just have no idea what that is. But hey, these coaches getting paid a lot much more than I am. So maybe they're just seeing something that I'm not. Practice, behind the scenes, on film, whatever. But.
Well, yeah, this is not where this team thought it was going to be. But hey, you know what? It could be worse. You could be Penn State.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, you get your balls kicked in by Oregon, and then you go out to play a UCLA team that's 0-4, and your coaches, your players don't show up, and you get beat. And look, Nico Iamaleava played the game of his life. I mean, he's not even a runner, and he ran for over 100 yards. Like, I'll give that kid credit. He was like, this is the only time the whole country is going to be paying attention to me. I'm going to do whatever it takes to show them that I'm still here. I'm still playing. I'm still fighting. And he did. And how about Rick Neuheisel's kid taking over as the offensive coordinator in a totally moribund offense, plays great, and they beat Penn State.
Yeah, old Jerry Neuheisel, they were lifting them in the air and stuff, and it would have seemed like UCLA won the national championship with how they were celebrating. But hey, when you lose your first 4 to win, beat a team like Penn State,
fire your coach.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. But. And Neuheisel just got named the offensive coordinator the week of the Penn State game. And I heard, I still talk to Rick, and I was texting him. Look, Rick helped him. Rick was crushing film and, going over stuff with him, and good for them.
Yeah, that's how it should be. Yeah. Like, you never finish parenting, man.
Right.
Ever.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Even though if they turn 18, you never finish. So I'm sure Rick was more than happy to help his son when his son asked for it. And clearly it paid off because they had James Franklin and Drew Aller in the blender. Just those guys. Now people are talking about Steve Sarkisian in the same light as James Franklin, Chip. Since he's been to Texas, 2 for 10 when it comes to beating top 10 teams. 5 for 18 overall in his career. So even though Steve Sarkisian's been to semifinals, back-to-back college football playoffs, his record against top 10 opponents isn't the best. And also, you're losing games like this to Florida, trap games. If they win out, I don't know how they're going to do it. Give your team a shot. You still have a chance. I don't know if there's going to be any undefeated teams in the SEC, but we'll see what happens. I think this team has a lot of talent still, but Right now, you could question their heart. You could definitely question their toughness and their IQ, their discipline, all those things, man. Very valid to question with what we've seen thus far in the first 5 games this year. Can they get it corrected? My man Derek says, ain't no way. Ain't no way, huh, Derek? Ain't no way, huh? I mean, I'm trying to be optimistic. It's hard. I definitely ain't picking Texas to win this game, which is, man, I want to. Like,
we got a super chat here from Lane. Appreciate the super chat. Realistically, how do you become more physical? Not like you can flip a switch. It's a mindset. And the defense has that mindset. They didn't have it Saturday, which is surprising to me. Florida came out super physical and Texas got caught off guard. They took a lot of punches. But the defense can play physical. We've seen them play physical. I mean, they were a top 5 run defense going into this game. Now they're not. But the real concern is on the offensive side because Texas is already doing things to compensate for the lack of physicality in the run game. Again, these guys can pass block, but you've got to be able to run the ball to set up what you want to do offensively and keep the defense guessing.
I don't know if we could say that they could pass block anymore, man. Florida was literally the worst Power 4 team in the nation when it comes to pressures.
I know.
Manning got pressured more than any quarterback in college football to this point. I don't know if we could say that.
Yeah.
I really don't.
And that tells you what the hell's Billy Napier been doing? Like, right. That team is talented. Jaden Baugh is talented. DJ Legway is talented. That offensive line has, all of their interior starters back. And the defensive line is talented. We knew that. And they didn't even have Caleb Banks. But point is, Texas can play more physical. We've seen it on defense. And now we're going to see what these guys are made of on offense. I mean, this is coaching. You gotta put guys out there who are not going to flinch in this atmosphere. And look, they're going to struggle. Like, if you've seen OU's defense, if you have not watched OU's defense, go watch the Auburn game. Go watch the Auburn game. Because Auburn came into the year with some talent. And they mauled. Now, I get it. They were playing Jackson Arnold, and they wanted to make sure he wasn't coming back to Norman to embarrass them. But they dominated that game. And that's what they're capable of. Because I don't know. I haven't, I don't know. I'm not going to say what I was going to say. But, I mean, Auburn might have better personnel up front than Texas. Right. So, I'm just saying, they're coming for you. They're coming for you this weekend.
Yeah.
They got embarrassed 2 of the last 4 years. Our Mason Thomas, all those dudes. They're all fast.
Yeah.
And strong.
In the most positive way.
Yeah. You want that. You want lunatics on defense.
Yeah. Kip Lewis.
Kip Lewis.
David Stone, big number 0. Like, they got monsters, man. Yeah.
Well, and listen, I'm in the LBJ library, so I know some of you are like, man, Chip, you sound down. I'm just trying not to get kicked out of the LBJ library. But I'll be the first to say I didn't think all the dam would break in Florida. I didn't think the whole dam would break. And the whole dam broke. I mean, a blocked punt when they overloaded the left side. It was so obvious. Like, even before the snap, I'm like, they have 7 guys on the left side of Texas's line. I mean, call timeout. And they all came. And of course, one's going to get through. It was nuts. I don't know. There was just some. It was a bad day for the coaching staff. Really bad day for the coaching staff.
Horrible day.
And again, the coaches decide what players are in the game, and that was embarrassing.
Yeah.
That was embarrassing. And I'll say this: that atmosphere was electric. Every time the opponent gets a penalty, they say, "Move," in unison, 90,000 people, "Move back, you suck." And to hear 90,000 people say that at the same time, it's like, oh, especially when those penalties are piling up in the fourth quarter, when Texas is like doing a fire drill to try and get back in that game.
God, I remember when Adonai Mitchell was dancing, when Alabama was playing their weird ass song that they always play. What's that song called?
Dixieland Delight.
Yeah, Dixieland Delight. They always play that weird shit. And I remember Adonai Mitchell was over there rocking and dancing and doing a little two-step and stuff. I need that, man. I need that. You go into a hostile, tough environment, and it ain't nothing to you. And it's just noise. And you thinking, man, I don't care what these fans ain't playing. They got nothing to do with this outcome. It's our 11 versus their 11. Who's about it more? That was the vibe back then. I don't think this team has any Adonai Mitchells like that who are going to thrive in that type of environment. On the offensive side, they definitely ain't got that. Defense,
you need gangsters.
Yeah, you need gangsters, man. You need somebody needs to slap the hell out. So I told BK this at the post-game show. Somebody needs to be slapped. Somebody, I don't know who it is, but something needs to happen. I want to hear that a fight went out in practice this week. I want to hear that. I want to hear that because we want it that bad. And guys need to be held accountable. I would love to hear that. Oh, Sark had to break them up this week. Sark had to, guys got in each other's faces this week, holding each other accountable. Like, I need that. I don't think they have that. You had that last year with Jahdae Barron. Jahdae Barron, he was going to make sure someone was held accountable. You know what I'm saying? Like, you had that with Kelvin Banks. Even though he didn't talk much, Kelvin Banks, he brought that with how he played and just how he carried himself in whole. You don't have that right now, man. That's disappointing. It goes to the culture. Like, I think this coaching staff, I think they really banked on it just carrying on because it has.
Yeah.
And
yeah, that happens.
And now they're
that happens.
Man,
and look, if you can't hold up front on offense, if you don't have holes there were times where the running backs have not known where the run was supposed to hit. And so you go to more of a gap scheme because the hole is very specific. It's not like the zone scheme. But Texas has gotten away from running outside zone. Outside zone was their bread and butter last year. This year, they're running gap, and at times it's been okay. It was a disaster on Saturday, just a complete disaster. And everyone's like, oh, well, Quintravian Wisner's dancing. It's because he's getting hit in the backfield. Like, it's not good.
Yeah.
It's not good.
And hit them holes, but for one, they ain't there. And two, like you said, you get hit in the backfield. So how can I turn it up when my momentum's already taken from me before I really get going? It's tough, man. It's comical. It is.
In the NFL, how about them Dallas Cowboys?
What up? What up, Dak?
I think, Zay, that was one of your picks, wasn't it?
Was it? I don't know.
Let me see here.
I feel like I had another bad week, but
you did have Dallas.
That's what I'm talking about.
And you did have Denver.
Hell yeah.
And you
Hell
did
yeah.
have the Cincinnati
yeah.
Bengals against my Lions.
Yeah.
That'll teach you.
I mean, Jake Browning, what can we do with that?
What can we do? So you and I both went 2-1 in our NFL picks. We don't need to talk about the college picks.
Hold on. Talk about the college picks. What went down?
Okay, we both absolutely screwed the pooch on Diego Pavia.
Oh, Diego.
He got him off to a lead, and then
He was fumbling and stuff, throwing picks.
Mississippi State plus 16.5. We both lost that. A&M pulled away in the end. I had Notre
deal.
Huh?
Concepcion for
A&M.
Craver, their problems.
And I had Texas Tech over Houston. They covered. And you had Florida State to cover against Miami.
Well,
you were the only one who predicted Texas would not cover against Florida. That counts for anything.
Oh, the whole TSU crew?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you had a bad feeling going into that game.
I'm not gonna lie. A part of me wanted to pick Florida.
Yeah.
But I was like, 61 yards, DJ Lagway. Miami was getting pressures. Sure, Texas would get pressures on DJ Lagway. And he can't move. I knew he couldn't move coming into
one
the game.
leg.
It got worse. That's why A&M might thrive this week. Because
because they'll get pressure on him.
They'll actually get pressure on him. Mike Elko, they were turning what's my man, Blake Shapen? Oh, Blake Shapen, it was rough for him. Hey, he couldn't find nothing. Brennan Thompson, he's the only one that had a touchdown, but they were just turning them over, fumbles, interceptions. Like, damn, man. The blackout, and I can't even front. The blackout looked pretty cool. The blackout. It's also bad when OU and A&M are 5-0 and Texas is 3-2. Painful, man. That's just throwing that salt on the wound. But here we are.
Well, the Cowboys, that was unbelievable. What? They were missing 4 starters on the offensive line? And they ran the ball like that?
Yeah, man. Javonte
Williams. George Pickens got another touchdown. Jason Ferguson is playing like a Pro Bowler. Yeah, man. That was impressive.
That's a good win. I mean,
by the way, my NFL picks were terrible. Yours were good. I had the Chargers loss. Oh, wait. No, I had Tampa Bay. That ended up being a win.
Yeah.
They covered. That was a great game.
That was a great game.
And then my Tennessee Titans. I think you laughed at me when I made that pick.
I did. Wow. Jonathan Gannon. What a joke, man.
Wow. How about Amari DeMarcado, the former TCU running back, who drops the ball before he goes into the end zone?
Yeah. Well, not only did he do that, he also gets punched by his coach on the sideline. Jonathan Gannon punches him in the arm. Yo, that's how you lose a locker room, man. That's a wild thing to do. Yeah. Like, I get being upset. Like, that's inexcusable what DeMarcado did, but you can't retaliate like that. Like, they got it on film. It looks bad.
You got that? Can you find that?
You know I'm going to find it. Let me pull it up.
Well, I didn't see that. I didn't see that footage.
You didn't see it?
I just saw him dropping the ball, going into the end zone.
Nah, Jonathan Gannon. Nah, you know you wrong, bro. And I get it. You got to deal with Kyler Murray's crazy ass.
Well, and how about the Texans just crushing the Ravens? The Ravens, how do they bounce back?
Yeah.
I mean, they look like they are Dunsky. Cooper Rush, What are you doing? You bringing in a backup quarterback who doesn't run the same stuff? Like, go get Tyrod Taylor. Go get a mobile quarterback. That's
Tyrod Taylor can't run no more.
what you saying. Black don't crack.
Yo, black don't crack as far as looks go, but Father Time don't care what black don't.
But those bones do crack.
Yeah, those bones definitely crack. Hell no. Tyrod Taylor ain't it. But I'm sure there's somebody else out there better than Cooper Rush. But even then, to get blown out like that against Houston? Like,
right. Houston, who can't protect its quarterback.
Yeah. All right, here's Jonathan Gannon punching DeMarcado on the arm after the dude gets the touchback, not bringing the ball in the end zone. All right, you see him watching. Boom! Yo.
Was he trying to pump him up?
I don't know. I don't know what he was trying to do. It didn't work. But it doesn't look good. And you got the coach behind him kind of like pushing them out the way, like, hey, coach, this isn't a good look. Come on. Come on, like holding them back. One of those things.
I'm just saying he better have been trying to pump him up because that's a bad look.
Nah, what you nah.
Like, hey.
I was gonna say something wild. I needed to relax because, man.
Like, hey,
Texas players might need
don't
that.
Put your head down. I need you.
Some of the Texas players might need that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't do nothing. Like, these guys getting paid, all this stuff. Billy Gillespie, he getting in trouble for wilding out at whatever college he's at now. You hear about that?
Wait, what?
Billy Gillespie. Isn't he at Tarleton?
Yeah.
I think he right now got put on leave because he was wilding out. It hasn't came out what he's done, but
oh God.
He's under investigation.
Oh.
Old school coach under investigation. Old school coach. In this era.
Yeah, he's already been down that road.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. The OGs, man, it's hard for the OGs. In this era, it's hard, man.
Man.
That's what I'm saying, Jay. Somebody, you got to punch somebody. Sometimes you got to fight somebody. I need someone to check someone in the locker room, man. Somebody. Like, if anybody's going out this week, if anybody's having any fun, I don't want to see that. If I see somebody out with a girl that's not getting takeout, having a good time, oh, we're checking that person in front of their girl. In front of their girl. Hey, bro, you should be at the facilities watching film. We got OU this week. Did you see how we play? What you doing with your girl? Oh, me and my girl on the date. Take their food right there and still make them pay for it. But like, nah, bro, your girl can wait. That's the times we on right now. No distractions. Zero. Y'all go to class, back to the facility. That's it. No, maybe, even the NIL requirements that you got to do. Be careful with that because I don't like that. I don't like how these guys got NIL responsibilities after that performance. Nah, this is when you start taking money away. You know what I'm saying? Like, Jesus. This team, I can't believe we saw that on Saturday. I know I keep going back to this text. I can't believe what we saw on Saturday.
Well, you said something about how entitlement players just because, Sark mentioned this at the beginning of the year that a lot of guys on the team now, all they've known is, freshmen, sophomore, and juniors, all they've known is going to the playoff. And you can get lulled into thinking, well, we're just going to go to the playoff. No, like you And that has to be mandated by the leadership on the team. Last year, unbelievable leadership. We know. Fifth-year seniors, Alfred Collins, Vernon Broughton, two big, scary dudes who are going to, hold people accountable. Dan Neal's the one who says it helps when your offensive and defensive linemen are the leaders of the team because no one's going to F with those guys. And so,
Yeah, that's not good. And the guy that's supposed to be a leader, Ethan Burks, only getting 13 snaps. How can you lead with 13 snaps? We gotta find that out. That's crazy. He has to be hurt. Something just like it's his senior year, Chip. The dude has so much talent. The dude has so much. Did we not see what he did against A&M? That's one of the greatest plays on the defensive side in the last decade in Texas football. We're barely playing him. I don't understand things like that.
Right.
Right.
And this
35.
Right. And when you get demolished in a game like that, all these questions are going to come up. I mean, look at these comments today. We've never had comments like this. I mean, people are going after every inch of this football team right now. And that's what happens. When you put out a performance like that, fans are going to cross-examine every little thing and say, what? Stark, come on. You didn't think you needed help from the portal on the offensive line? Not one guy? And I get it. You want to keep bringing those guys along. You want them to be immersed in your culture and your development. But like Quinn Ewers got to play 3 years with Jake Majors, Hayden Connor, Kelvin Banks, and, had Christian Jones for a year. And Arch has got this.
Yeah.
And look, Trevor Goosby's a good player. I think Brandon Baker is going to be a good player. But the interior of the line, DJ Campbell's not playing up to where he should be. Cole Hudson's moving from guard to center. Maybe Connor Robertson's more comfortable. We know Cole Hudson can play guard. Put him back at guard. Give Connor Robertson a look at center. See what he can do. It's going to be you're going to win some, you're going to lose some Saturday in the Cotton Bowl.
Yeah. Yeah, Connor Robinson's played in this game before.
He's played in this game.
Without him even thinking that he would play in the game.
Right. So he's been thrown in. So, in fact, now if they don't do that, I'm going to be pissed. I'm going to be like, what are you doing? Quit trying out these young cats in a terrible situation for them. Like, let them continue to work on their technique with the coaches in the practice and the off season.
Yeah. And I love Connor Stroh's parents. I see them on social media, on X, Twitter, and they always travel to the game together in their RV. So I don't know where they reside, but they always go to every game in the RV. They made the trip to Columbus. Just great people. So I hate to be riding on their son like that, but we got to call it out. You know what I'm saying? Like, again, Neto, they're not even trying Neto anymore. Nick Brooks didn't even come in to play guard. He came in to be a tackle. So It's just, it's a lot. It's just very an offensive line. I expected them to have some ups and downs. I didn't think it was going to be like this.
Yeah. All right, let's get a couple mentions here. We'll get into the commentary. We'll get to some more of your comments and questions. Hey, for my guys who are snoring, let's take advantage of this incredible partnership we have right now between Texas Sports Unfiltered and the Sleep Cycle Center. Our man, Dr. Chad Denman, been dedicated his life to treating sleep apnea because it killed his own father at the age of 60. And so he's got the best technology to detect sleep apnea and the best treatment options, from oral appliance like I have, a mouth guard that holds my lower jaw open so I get that oxygen when I'm sleeping, to surgery. And you go to sleepcyclecenters.com. Tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. They're going to take $100 off your sleep study. Practically give it away. Do it for yourself, in your health, in your future, and do it for the person sleeping next to you. They will appreciate it. Hey, it's Monday, which means all night happy hour at Cover 3. Let's go. We got MLB baseball going on. We got Monday Night Football. We got another double header tonight, or a single header. But either way, Monday Night Football, you're at Cover 3. You got the $7 social hour menu with the firecracker shrimp. Oh, come on now. The Chop House burger, the brick chicken and mac and cheese. Oh, yeah. Cover 3 Anderson and Cover 3 Round Rock. And hey, when you're ready for the big screen of your dreams, now we need to start thinking about Christmas. We're heading into, it's already October, kids. So maybe you're thinking about the big screen of your dreams for Christmas. But hey, when you're ready, our man Tom McKay in Audiovisual Consultations is ready for you. Look, he's going to bring you the best price on big screens. So you don't need to be out shopping around, lugging 80-inch TVs around town, punching holes in your drywall. Let Tom and his crew bring everything to you. All you got to do is call 255-8678 or go to avconsultations.com. All right, Zay. This weekend was that wake-up call that you never want to get. And now, we're going to see what this team's all about. Because when I get off the air, I'm going to start making some calls and looking into some stuff
that you can report back tomorrow with.
Yeah, that I'll report back tomorrow with.
I'm not saying because I'm excited because that don't sound good at all, but we need the 411.
Yeah. This is about leadership this week. This is about leadership. The players have to be accountable to each other, and they got to demand it from each other. And I'm looking around saying, okay, who is it? Because on defense, you got, I think Anthony Hill, Colin Simmons probably not having quite the season they thought they'd be having at this point. Michael Taft, and just coming off a tough game like that you just had, where everybody is getting called on the carpet. So this is a really interesting week, because I'm sure there are some players who are like looking in the mirror that didn't think they'd be looking in the mirror saying, damn, I didn't play nearly the game I should have played. And on offense and defense. And if you're going back to being a coach-led team, you're in trouble. You're in trouble. You got to be a player-led team. You got to be like, hey, Steve Sarkisian said we got a ton of leaders. And I think they do, especially on defense. But on offense, DeAndre Moore, Quatravian Wisner, Arch, Trevor Gooseby, these guys are going to have to, get control of practice, make sure that it's up to standards, make sure that the intensity's right, make sure that the details are right, and get everybody fired up to go have a fight in the Cotton Bowl, a 3.5-hour fight. My man Dan Neal always says, and I think we're going to talk to him tomorrow, because he's
fired up.
He's always loves to talk about the Red River Shootout, and he'll have a ton to say about the offensive line. But Dan Neal said, I love football because it was legalized fighting. He's like, it was legalized fighting. I got to fight another man for 3.5 hours. And no one was going to send me to jail.
See, ain't nobody on this Texas team with that mindset. You know how insane he sounds? I love Dan Neal, one of my favorite guys. He sounds like a straight nut job.
And
in
he's
the most beautiful way possible. That's insane to say, but
he's the undersized offensive lineman.
Yeah.
His walk around weight was like, 260, and he was playing up there at like 285.
Legally fight someone.
Legalized fighting, yeah. So that's the mindset you got to bring into this thing.
Hell yeah.
Especially in this game.
Yeah.
Because, man, if you don't think OU wants a piece of Texas after it's been all Texas all the time, all the hype, and look, everyone's taking their shots because Texas was number one preseason, even though you and I were looking at each other like, what is this based on? Like of course, I thought Clemson should be the preseason number one, but I knew it wasn't Texas. And, Cooper Manning, when I talked to him for my story, just go Google Cooper Manning and Hyde Manning. Cooper Manning's like, they just lost 10 guys from the offense who contributed last year. And he's right. The 4 offensive linemen and Gunnar Helm and Jaden Blue. And there were 10 guys who were key contributors to that offense who are no longer on the team. And that's a lot. 23 guys drafted the last 2 years. Okay. Who's next? Who's leading? Who's leading this charge? Because you just got embarrassed. Everyone's questioning you. The noise is getting loud. It's only going to get louder if it doesn't turn around this week. And, Oklahoma, whether they have John Mateer or not, this Texas defense can contain the Oklahoma offense. They can. I'm not saying they will. They can. And they're going to have to lead this team like they've been leading this team all year. This is a defense-led football team. We said that from the beginning. We never said this offense was going to be a finished product at the beginning of the year. We said it was going to take time. I don't know if it was going to take till mid-season. But this is about your leadership this week, man, because they're either going to decide to hold each other accountable or they're going to be like, or they're going to find excuses. And then they'll get embarrassed. And it'll just get worse. So you have to, if you're a leader on this team, you got to grab this, the rest of the locker room and say, hey, let's do this together for us. Another thing, Dan Neal, he played for John Makovic. None of the players liked John Makovic. He said, we came together and we did it for each other. Like, we had a bunch of dudes in that locker room. We liked each other. Casey Hampton, Ricky Williams, we liked each other. We didn't like our coach, but we just, we decided, hey, we're doing this for us. And they went out and they beat Nebraska for the Big 12 championship when they were 3 touchdown underdogs. James Brown, James Brown, where's that? Where are those mentalities? Just love to compete, love to cut your throat. And then laugh at you while you're bleeding. That's what you got to have. And we'll see if Texas has it because they've been called out. And when you get called out, you either punch back or you get knocked out. So here we go.
Yeah. I just, golly, watching that game again this morning just pissed me off all over again.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, let's get to the right call.
Let's get it. Yeah, because there are people that are having it worse than this Texas football team out there. And we're definitely going to hit it on the right call. Before that, though, got to give a shout out to Covert BK, family owned and operated. Been doing it for over 100 years. And it's because they're the best. Don't trust these other jabronis out here, these weird used car salesmen that just, they always try to give you something that you don't feel comfortable with just because they got to meet that quota. They got to hit those marks and those goals. Covert BK, they're nothing like that. They will go at your pace, at your time. They'll answer every single question. And Most importantly, they'll make you feel comfortable and less stress for a very stressful moment. Everybody knows buying a car can be very stressful when it comes to the expenses, what kind of car you're getting, how good it is, how long it lasts. Covert Bee Cave, they are the best at taking care of all that. 7 terrific brands to choose from: Buick, GMC, Ram, Jeep, Dodge, Chrysler, and Cadillac. Go to covertbeecave.com to see all the latest specials and inventory. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, Shep, I'm sure you heard former USC quarterback and NFL quarterback Mark Sanchez is out of control. The dude was arrested. He was planned for being the color commentator for the Indianapolis Colts Raiders game, but Sanchez didn't make that game because the night before, around 3:30 a.m., he got into an altercation with a 69-year-old truck driver where they got into some type of argument. The truck driver claims that, this is all allegedly, by the way, truck driver claims that he was fighting for his life. He felt Mark Sanchez was a threat. They both got shots on each other. The 69-year-old, if you're seeing pictures, we're not going to put them up for y'all, so don't ask for them. But if you've seen pictures of the 69-year-old man, he is in critical condition. Mark Sanchez got stabbed like 3 times, and he got arrested because it seems like Sanchez, as of now, was in the wrong, belligerent, drunk, charged the dude, thought that he was in his parking spot. I don't know. Why is Mark Sanchez up at 3:30 a.m. in the first place when he has a game to do the next night? I have no idea, but Mark Sanchez, he is in a pickle right now, and it is not.
What did he get stabbed with?
The whole 69 years old, OG. You got the pocket knife on deck at that age. That's required. Pocket knives always, you never know. You just never know. This is OG right here. He had to stab Sanchez. Sanchez was out of line. Yeah, I'm on the 69-year-old side. I don't care. I'm on his side, man. Like, the dude was just minding his own business. Apparently, he picks up something from, like, I don't know, it's like oil or something. I don't know. He was at like the Hotel Marriott picking up something to deliver. And then Sanchez rolled up on him and thought that he was a threat and charged old boy. Like, dude, come on.
That was a crazy story because at first, like, there's been all kinds of talk about Indianapolis being unsafe, and to the point where the governor was like, does the state need to take over, policing the city of Indianapolis, like, calling out the mayor there, and I'm sure they're from different parties and it's all political. So
thank you, Rodney. Use frying oil. The dude picked that up around town. I don't know why, but he's 69 years old. I'm not gonna question OG here. That's just old people shit, in my opinion. So OG was picking up the frying oil like he usually does. Didn't think that he would have to stumble across crazy ass freaking Mark Sanchez. Who's charging them? Like, leave him alone. Are you that drunk, bro? You're stumbling around downtown Indianapolis for what? For one, it's Indianapolis. It's not like it's a poppin' city like that. It's a nice, cool city, really good sports town. Everything's close, so you can like walk and from the Pacers arena to the Colts arena, like everything's easy access. But like, nobody says, yo, I can't wait to go party. Let's go to Indianapolis. No one says that. So why are you so tore up that you got to charge the OG? And OG, he ain't going to go down without a fight. So getting arrested at the hospital is crazy. Like CB, like getting arrested at the hospital is nuts, man. And for everybody that was out there tweeting like, oh, pray for Mark Sanchez and stuff.
Unbelievable.
Be careful. Hear the whole story first.
What does Mark Sanchez care if this guy is parking his grease truck in an alley outside the.
That's what I'm saying. You're not even from Indianapolis. Like, it'd be different if it was parked at Mark Sanchez's house or something. Like, you don't own the hotel. Just go to your room and pass out and get ready for your game the next day. Like, Fox had to call the audible. They had to call Brady Quinn up, who only does college games. They're like, yo, we need somebody because Mark's out here fighting old-ass men. So, Brady, are you available? And Brady came in and did his thing. Praying for Mark Sanchez. That's a crazy story. It's an absolute nut story. Now you just have to think Mark Sanchez, he might have something else going on. I don't know if it's the CTE of what Troy is saying, but Mark Sanchez, he needs help. He needs help, man. Just some
Sanchez, the family of the truck driver said that he didn't have his hearing aids in because his truck is very loud when he's exchanging the frying oil for the hotel. So he had to lean in close to Mr. Sanchez to hear him. And when PT leaned in, he stated that Mr. Sanchez smelled of alcohol and his speech was slurred. And then Sanchez allegedly slammed the driver against the wall, threw him to the ground before the driver stabbed Sanchez in self-defense.
Had to stab him. This dude just minding his own business. Dude can't even hear, bruh. He can't even hear. That's how old he is. Mark Sanchez, man, you ain't never coming back from this, bruh. You ain't never coming back from this. All right. An even funnier story. So your SMU Mustangs took care of business against Syracuse on Saturday, 31-18. Great victory for your Mustangs.
Thank you.
On the Syracuse, one of their media channels that cover Syracuse football, on their post-game show, Jonte Cook's alleged uncle made a call. And it's one of the funniest things you're going to hear. You know, I always talk about them crazy-ass uncles, Chip. We don't know if it's Jonte's uncle for real, but it might be. Jonte Cook's uncle, he called. His name is David, and this is what he had to say about his nephew, Syracuse Orange. And remember, it's at SMU. Jonte, he's from Dallas, so keep that in mind.
Jonte had 7 catches for 80.
Go ahead.
Oh, Jonte had 7 catches for 82 yards and a touchdown.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Jonte Cook's uncle, apparently, David, responding to Syracuse Orange losing to SMU.
I don't know if you've been watching quarterback play. I just left the game. I had to leave in the third quarter. From what I seen, that was some high school football. Ain't nobody paying attention. My nephew was a 5-star receiver from the SEC. He got 3-star receivers covering him from the ACC, and they can't get him the ball. I'm the reason he went to Texas, and I'm gonna get on the phone with his father, and we're gonna see what we can do. We can't let Ricky ruin our chances to get to the league. That boy is not ready for a number 1 spot. I've seen the practice tapes. My brother sent me the practice tapes, and I see what he do in practice. So football games, starters are built in practice, and that boy sucked in practice. So I'm looking at it. He's not supposed to be there. And maybe Luke Corner ain't the answer, but I ain't seen a quarterback throw the football backwards since the 80s. So and then he want to run to the coach and watch film. You need to go all the way back to high school and watch film with your high school coach, because that's what it looked like. What you got to
Hell yeah.
Well, that call's gonna help Jonte get wherever he wants to go.
Yo, shout out to my
that's
man,
gonna help him. Way to go, Unc.
I really hope that's not Jonte Cook's uncle.
I really hope so too.
I really hope somebody's trolling. I hope somebody's trolling because Jonte, he don't need them problems, man.
Remember the Foreman's, Deontay Foreman's dad? Remember?
Who?
Deontay Foreman's dad?
Yes. Yeah.
When he'd go on Twitter and talk about how, they weren't using his son right. And
yeah, you got to do it.
Oh, yo.
You got to do it. Yo, Uncle Elroy souls, I'm telling you, they're there. They're always around. David said, I'm the reason he went to Texas. Not the hard work that he put in and what he did. I'm the reason. I'm his uncle. You know what I'm saying? I know what's best for him.
And now he's got to talk to somebody because that quarterback's not going to ruin Jonte?
Yeah, he can't ruin. Ricky ain't going to ruin Jonte and whatever we do. I'm calling his daddy right now. Which the dad,
Ricky being Ricky Collins.
Ricky Collins, the quarterback.
Who had 3 interceptions against SMU. Because what? Who's Luke Altmaier? Was he the quarterback who was there?
Oh, gosh. Luke Altmaier at Illinois? I don't know. But
okay, so Ricky, Ricky's been the guy. And he's not good. Yeah. Well, maybe should have thought about that. Oh no, they had the Angeli guy from Notre Dame. What happened to him? He's hurt?
Also got hurt. Yeah. See, that's what I'm saying. What can you do?
Steve Angeli.
Nobody told Jonte to steal from his teammates and wild out in Dallas to where he got arrested, to where now he's ended up at Syracuse playing with old Ricky Collins. He could have been playing with some other people. I know Texas could use Jonte. I'm sure Jonte could use Texas. What happened with that? Oh, yeah. It went left. Wide left. So, David, Uncle David, I feel you, bro. Probably shouldn't have done that, but also I feel you. I feel that pain, man. You've seen Jonte since he was in diapers. You're a part of this too, bro. You're a part. When he makes the league, he taking you with him. That's just what it is. That's how you got
Steve Angeli, torn Achilles.
Yeah, he done.
Steve Angeli, torn Achilles against Clemson on September 20th.
Yeah.
So now we're ripping the backup quarterback.
On another note with Jonte Cook, I think this was their hard launch. Layla Filia and Jonte Cook. Hard launch on the relationship that you've been saying has been a relationship for the last few months. You said Layla Filia left Texas women's basketball not to go to Syracuse for the basketball team, but to be with her boo, Jonte Cook, which we know Jonte didn't have many options, but this is real love right here. This is real love through all the trouble that Jonte's been through. And Layla, as we see, she has to deal with Jonte's crazy-ass family too. So it's real love. It's not like because she got Uncle David she got to deal with, and who knows who else is crazy.
Is this a recent post?
This is a recent post. Yes, this came out on Friday. I was going to text it to you, but I was like, you know what? I'm going to surprise Chip on Monday when we do the right call. Yeah.
This came out on Friday.
Yeah. Yeah, they got them in Times Square. Jonte Cook, Layla Filia. Looked on that bottom right. Looks like they were on vacation. And then the bottom left, Jonte in his, Syracuse gear. But yeah, it's real love right here, man. It's real love.
I wonder if Layla Filia has any relatives so that if she's not getting the ball enough, they'll call into a radio show and be like, hey, we got to look around. We got to do what's best for us. We can't be letting Ricky ruin the season.
Can't let Ricky do it. Jonte's a 5-star SEC receiver playing against 3-star ACC receivers. They can't get him to rock.
That guy never needs to call another radio show again.
I hope he calls next week.
He is costing Jonte money, baby. Jonte had a good game, 7 catches, 82 yards, and a touchdown. His uncle's out there trying to take money out of his pocket.
It should have been 12 catches for a buck.
Yeah, should have been 12.
Yeah. Let's bring on the open gym guys. Matt, Patrick, fellas.
What's up, fellas?
What up?
What's going on, Zay? I wanted to get your opinion about the LeBron James piece. Have you seen this yet today?
Yeah, LeBron dropped like a little promo saying he has the second, what was it, decision?
Yeah, here's the video real quick. It's real quick. Here's a video he posted.
Yeah, I think it's going to be an Amazon Prime ad because he's a Prime guy or Amazon guy. Prime Day's tomorrow. So that's what I'm expecting. But also, I did see the Lakers' last game of the season. Now the cheapest ticket's like $485. So it went from the cheapest ticket being $85 since that video that you just showed us, Patrick's happened. Now it's gone up to $485. So
it's tomorrow, I think at 11 our time, and it's supposed to come out. But we'll see if it's just an ad or if it is him announcing his retirement after the end of the season.
I hope he's retiring. I'm so over it.
Because there is no other face of the league. There's no one else to put it on right now.
Yeah.
Every time they try and put it on somebody, they shoot themselves in the foot. So we got to find somebody to put it on.
Cooper Flag, baby. Cooper Flag.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not on that one yet. Y'all have a good show.
Y'all have a great rest of your day. No chip out there. All right. Welcome in to Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan of Texas Longhorns on SI. And, of course, you, the third member of Open Gym. Text line's open 512-222-9328. And, of course, also on the text on Facebook, Twitch, X, and on YouTube is where you can chat with us. We appreciate you joining us. Yes, the one Skinny Zion and Wemby. Zion, I can't imagine they're willing to put the face of the league on him right now. And I think they'd like Wemby, but he's French, and they really want an American. They really, really want an American to be the face of the league, and also someone who's played a full season. By the way, Spires tonight, 7 o'clock. If you're in the Austin area, it's on KBVO. They're playing the Long Lions from China. But since football's stupid now, and baseball's been stupid since the Astros got eliminated. Watching basketball.
Yeah, I mean, if they were gonna choose a face of the league that wasn't American, it would have already been Luka. So I don't think Wemby's got a shot.
No, Luka's too fat. Remember?
Oh yeah, that's true. He is too fat.
That's what we hear. A lot to get into today. Of course, just stalling because we don't want to get into what we're going to have to get into here in a little bit. Talking about Texas. Matt has got some great all 22 stuff of the game to break down a little bit for you a little bit later. We'll do that in the 5 o'clock hour to kick off the 5 o'clock hour. We have some Sark audio for you as well. But I want to get into the Texas-Florida recap. Matt, did you have a good weekend other than Texas and Florida? Other than that, not going the way it needed to go? Was the rest of it a good weekend?
Yeah, it was solid. It was just watching some football. Ole Miss had a bye week, so I didn't have any stress in that regard, which is always nice. And this week they've got Washington State, so it should be 2 weeks of less stress for Ole Miss. I enjoyed all but one game of the college football weekend, so it was good. It was good.
It was good. You went 5-1 in your picks. I went 4-2.
Really?
Yes. We both missed Mississippi State. We thought they would keep it a game, and then A&M pulled away in the fourth quarter to make that pick miss. And then I had the Ravens hang on, and that did not happen at all. I just went with history. JJ Watt was calling the game, and they kept bringing up stats, even though Texas isn't winning. They just keep bringing up stats about how the Ravens have owned the Texans, especially on the road. He's like, appreciate that. No, thanks for showing those stats for me again.
You went 4-2, huh? Nice.
So 4-2, you went 5-1. But we picked mostly similar, and we did pick correctly on most of the ones we hit today.
I'm back above 500, man.
Or you're 500. You're at 500. Yes, you have gotten back. You've climbed the mountain to get back to 500. CB, what is up? Roy, what is up? Rodney, Joey, Hair of the Dog, all appreciate you joining us today on the show. And SGA can't. Also, SGA not American as well. SGA Canadian. Mm-hmm. So also not in that American part. And I don't think they want to make him the face of the league either because he's in Oklahoma City and no one really likes him. He's a really good player. Like basketball dudes really like him because he's a really good player, but fans don't like him. So just guys who will sit and watch games and not talk, those people may enjoy SGA a little bit more. But yeah, he's just on one of the least popular teams. That's the favorite to win the title again this year by a pretty long margin. And then Luka's not fat now. He's never really fat at the beginning of the season. It's the end of the season. He puts the weight back on. We get there. But he's LA Luka now.
Completely the opposite of what you would expect to actually happen.
It is kind of weird to see it that way but it makes sense because basically while you're not on the road constantly in this like NBA cycle, you can train better and you can eat right. And it's a lot easier to do a lot of those things that once you get on the road and the game's over, you're like, all I want to do is order room service. And all I want to do is this. And so you don't have your, personal chef or whatever else you have at your house anymore. Now, maybe LeBron will change that because LeBron's got whatever he wanted. And yes, CB, happy birthday, Rob Babers as well. The great Rob Babers. Been very lucky to work with him a lot in my career, and one of the best dudes you will ever meet, one of the best people you ever meet, and also a great football player, great commentator. So very happy birthday to Rob Babers. Yeah. But yeah, we'll get into it. Yeah, the LeBron thing was just it's interesting because it's like in today's age, we're like, oh, this could be a retirement of one of the greatest players of all time, or it could be an ad. And it could just be a commercial for something. And there's really no way to tell at all. So I'm curious. I'll be paying attention tomorrow and see what he says. But it's an interesting one. His basketball season is beginning right now. The best news would be if he was just like, I'm retiring right now, or I'm demanding a trade out of LA. And the chaos that would cause would be hilarious. But I don't think that's the case. Yes, Lane, Rod B is the man. I agree completely on that. We filibustered enough. Do you want to filibuster some more, Matt, before we get into this?
No.
We keep filibustering before we get to
Let's
this.
Rip the Band-Aid off, man. Let's rip the Band-Aid off.
This Texas-Florida game, the uproar it has caused during and after. My friend who I was watching with could tell you I did not enjoy watching this game one bit. There was a lot of swearing. There was a lot of questioning things. I spoke to an ex-offensive lineman for Texas this morning, and he agrees with some of my statements about this. So I will say that there's definitely some pieces going wrong. The weird part I saw over the weekend, and I don't know, we could judge the room in here, was I saw Arch getting a ton of the blame for this weekend. And now Arch is not blameless. Arch is on the list of things that needs to be better. But he's like number 10 on that list. He was pretty far down my list of things that needed to improve on this team. I think the interceptions weren't great near the end. There's things that he missed in the game. There's things that Arch didn't do great. But on my list of things that need to be better, I don't know if he's near the top of that list.
I'm going to come right out and say it. I could read my stats. I have a whole page of stats in front of me that I think tell a very good portion of the story. I was going to save it for my film review, but those can be two different things. If you want, we can play it by ear. Yeah. Don't yell at me, anybody in the chat or online, or you can yell at me. I don't care. It doesn't affect me. If you think Arch was the problem on Saturday, you don't know ball. That's just the facts, in my opinion. There is no earthly scenario in which I can blame Arch Manning for the way that this game went down. Did he play at an elite level?
No.
At times. Was he great all day? No. He had a bunch of mistakes. I think that the first pick that he threw is more on Emmett Mosley than him, because it kind of seemed like Emmett Mosley stopped on the route and Arch expected him to be running a little bit faster, which is, I think, is just the two of them trying to build that connection a little bit. The second pick was bad. He overthrew the guy, and it's fine. That was the most impressive game that I've seen Arch play this season, however. And I'll tell you why. Not because of his completion numbers or his yards or his touchdowns or anything like that. That dude was getting hammered all game long. Almost every drop back, he was getting pressured. Like, statistically,
yes,
he dropped back 42 times. He was pressured 37 or 35 times. That is insane.
Yeah,
he was taking hit after hit. Yeah. I've got clips in my all 22 of him getting absolutely obliterated and still completing footballs. So, like the stuff that Paul Feinbaum came out and said, like, the only good play that Texas had all day is when the backup quarterback was in. It's like, that's bullshit.
Yeah,
that's the kind of stuff, like, you don't watch the game. If that's what you think, you didn't watch the game. And honestly, a lot of it is it's really hard to see some of these things if you're not looking at the all 22, because you just assume that the quarterback is responsible for every good thing that happens and every bad thing that happens. So I don't blame a lot of people for thinking that way just based on the broadcast footage. And also you're kind of at a bias. You're kind of biased in a certain sense because you're listening to, or maybe influenced in a certain sense because you're listening to the broadcast team who's just telling you that, like, oh, Arch is doing this, Arch is doing that. They barely mentioned the offensive line the entire game. So you're right. Arch, even 10th on this team, I think is a little bit of a high number. He's probably the 15th worst thing in this game for Texas.
Yeah, there was a lot that went wrong, and yeah, it was a weird come out of there. And I get it's great that we have a noble backup in Caldwell. I think he's played well in the right moments when he's been there, and that's a really confidence inspiring thing, that you have a backup that you feel good putting in those situations. Now, I would say once you can game plan against Caldwell, it would probably change a bit. You can't say that for sure, but that is the general trend of a lot of quarterbacks, is once you put in a guy and they game plan for him, he get better. That's what happened to Arch as well. They started to game plan for Arch, and it got harder for Arch.
Just one quick point. Caldwell wasn't pressured on that play.
No, he wasn't.
Just saying.
No, I get that. Because I don't want to take a shot at Matt Caldwell, because he did exactly what he needed to do. Mm-hmm. And I think the play call was there as well. That's, I think, one of those points, and we'll play Sark audio in a little bit, because he talks about a little bit of, getting the short passing game. And what Florida did basically is, when they realized they were getting pressure, they moved everybody up and said, we're just going to take away the short. We're not going to give you the short game. You have to be able to hit these long bombs. So Texas had some open passes downfield because Florida moved up, because Florida was playing in the short passing game, trying to take away, trying to go, because that they realized at a certain point, we're playing with boys. We are men, they are boys. And they're not angry. We seem angry. And once your offensive line can create pressure with 4 and 3 man rushes, you can play a completely different style. And so it really just kind of compiled and compounded on this Texas team. And eventually you get what you get. But after everything has been said and done, and I get this is an unranked Florida team that has lost 2 games, not well, to LSU and to Miami. I'm aware of that. You have, at the end of the day, lost 2 games by 1 possession. You had the ball in your hands with 1 possession. It is not the end of the world. That's why we start, before I get into really mean stuff to say about people, we'll say Texas was in these games. And the fact that Florida's offensive line figured it out this week and played a much better game than they had been playing, what we had seen in the film that we had been watching this week on Florida, there's hope that their Texas offensive line and the system can figure some things out, that it will not just be 3 or 4 more losses for Texas. Because that's how that offensive line played, was 3 or 4 more losses for Texas. If they don't improve, you've got a real problem. So that's the positive, right? That there are things that can improve. We've seen them. We saw them with Florida this week. We've seen them with Texas in the past. All of that being said, there needs to be stark and drastic changes to this offense and to the mentality of the entire team. Because you have now proven that you could not last as a front runner. You never had a shot. You were not good. You're not born for it. There's nothing where this team was coached correctly to be a front runner. There was nothing where the players, the leadership on the team was ready to be a front runner. And that rat poison that Saban talked about is circulating in the blood of all of our players. That not one of them seemed to be up for this game. No one was able to get the team ready and pumped and to go, man, we're going to the swamp. We're playing a Florida team, and I know they're down, but let's go play good football. That offensively and defensively, this looked like they were coming out of a bye week expecting to get an easy win to start SEC play. And looking like, well, we beat them last year, no problem. Why would it be a problem this year? They're worse than they were last year. We beat them last year. That's what it felt like this team did. And from that, everything started to compound. And to me, the best summation of this game is the punt game. That there was a possibility multiple times to pin them inside the 5, and you never did it. And over again, you came up a yard or two short, just wrong play, wrong place, wrong time. And that's not a luck happening. Luck happening is once. Luck happening is you get a forced fumble on the first drive and you don't fall on it. That's lucky for Florida. The fact that it continued to happen the entire game goes back to something needs to change. Someone needs to get mad in that locker room. Somebody needs to wake this team up, because I don't care if John Mateer's playing. If the offensive line plays like that again, it's at best 50-50 on Saturday.
If the offensive line plays like that, Oklahoma is going to beat them by double digits. If the offensive line continues to play like this for the rest of the season, they might win 2 more games. This offensive line performance was the worst offensive line performance I have ever seen in my entire life of 38 years out of a Texas football team. I can't think of another one that was worse than this. Like, the Georgia one last year kind of comes close, but even this one, Florida blows those stats that Georgia put up out of the water.
Yeah.
Oklahoma's defense right now, and I get that they played Kent State last week and they played a bad Auburn team a couple weeks ago, and there's some skewed stats in there a little bit to a certain extent. This defense is ranked number 1 in almost every statistical category you can think of defensively, because they are that good. The defensive line is incredibly nasty. The secondary is very good. The linebackers are good. If you can't block these guys, which when I get into my film breakdown in the second half of the show, you're going to see a lot of the pressure that Florida got. They didn't blitz anybody. It was 4-on-5. That can't happen. It was absolutely abysmal from the Texas offensive line. And we'll get into the Sark audio here in a minute. I think that he said one thing that kind of pissed me off, and I don't want to go too hard on it because, I'm a credentialed media member and I've got to be a little bit careful. He was asked if there's going to be any changes on the offensive line. He says, we got to coach better, got to play better. That's bullshit, in my opinion. That's you have to completely change this offensive line in some way, shape, or form, because Cole Hudson was awful.
Yeah.
Everybody who went in at left guard was awful. Trevor Gooseby was bad. Brandon Baker was awful. The only offensive lineman that played well was DJ Campbell the entire day. That can't happen.
No, and I'll say, there was the first question. Chip asked it, and he asked about it, and his response was, got to play. And it was a signal. And this is, Sark does this. Every coach does this at times. Ask me about the O-line. I'm not going to tell you anything. And that was it, him telling you that off the bat. Now, I will say, I don't like that answer either, Matt. I hate the angry coach, like, oh, I'm mad about it, so I'm not going to answer your questions, guy. I will say, I prefer that to saying, I will say this, I prefer that to saying we're going to keep the same O-line next week. He didn't say that either.
He did.
I said,
I don't expect him to.
And now that I if he would have come out and said there's no reason to make a change, that would have been like, dude, did we not watch the same thing? Have you not rewatched this yet? And yes, CB, that's horrific levels of bad.
Yeah. Nick Brooks had a 0 PFF grade in pass protection. Can I go through the PFF grades on the offensive line before we get into audio real quick? Because it's abysmal. Okay, DJ Campbell, a 90.6 pass block grade, which is very, very good. That was 90 is elite, 80 is good, 70 is above average, 60 is average, 50 is below average, 40 is poor, 30 is very poor.
What's 0?
DJ got a 0 is you don't deserve to be playing college football for the rest of the season. DJ Campbell had a 90.6 pass block grade, a 69.8 run block grade, 68.9 overall. Trevor Gooseby, 61.7 overall grade, 63.9 pass block, 67.2 run block. Cole Hudson, 70.9 pass block, 55.8 run block. Connor Stroh, 48.8 pass block, 59.1 run block. Brandon Baker, 64.1 pass block, 56.7 run block. Nick Brooks, 30.3 overall, 0 pass block, 57.7 run block. 30 is about as low as it goes, ladies and gentlemen. And he got a 0 in pass pro.
Yeah.
Horrific.
No, I mean, that's the long and short of your problems. 15 yards from running backs rushing. 15 yards. And how you can start any conversation with the quarterback when 15 yards of running the football came from your running backs. Well, like if that's not the most alarming stat to pop out of this game to me, is it's not that the run game was not good. It was the run game did not exist. There was no running back run game. We can say Arch ran the ball a little bit, but a lot of that was he just had to. It wasn't like this is a good thing. It was read 1.5, go. Because there was just no one there. And I do get Arch holds the ball more than he probably should. Most young quarterbacks do. Most guys starting, it takes them a little bit longer. It takes them that extra second to throw the football. I get that. He needs to improve on that. He needs to improve on several things. If you were expecting him to come in and be the savior, that was what we said at the beginning of the season was not the right approach to view Arch Manning. You view him that his potential is in a year. I know no one's hear that either, but over another offseason, everything else, I think he could be really good. I think by the end of this season, he will be much better. But he is still a really young quarterback who has now seen 2 good offenses in his entire playing career. Well, maybe 3 if we count Texas and scrimmages. But he didn't play at a school in high school where he was going to see enough. It's going to take him time to grow. We always knew that. It's not anything new. But the fact that it's not just pass pro, that the pass pro is bad, but the run blocking is non-existent. There is no hole. There's nothing. There's no moving anybody. And God forbid if they bring another person. If there's a linebacker coming in, you might as well just kneel the ball because there's just nothing open. They're not being able to move anybody around. And Trey Wisner, 8 carries for 11 yards and a touchdown. And Ryan Niblett, 2 carries for 4 yards. I don't know why we didn't see Jarrett Gibson in this game at all.
He was my MVP going into the game, Patrick.
I don't know why.
Play a snap.
I don't know why we didn't see him. I'm assuming his week in practice wasn't good. That's my only guess I can take is that he didn't have a good week in practice and they thought other things would work better. But I don't know when nothing else is working why you don't try some other things. It just doesn't make sense to me. It did feel like the coaching staff coming out of halftime felt like things were going to be they were going to start to figure things out. And they were still just getting outmanned. I think they felt if we can just get to halftime, we'll wake the team up and we'll be able to play better. And they did, and then they came back out and they were the same kind of team. It wasn't like they're the worst, but you got to get more than 21 points on the board. And especially when you start off really slow like that, everything felt like they kept waiting for some magic thing to happen where Florida made the big mistakes. And you're like, they did make some mistakes. That's why you're in the game. Because if they didn't make any mistakes, he would have been screwed. I mean, now they had some plays that were just, okay, ball's bouncing their way. Things are going really well for them. Dallas Wilson turns out to be a stud in week 1, playing it good.
I tweeted, he looked like, I had tweeted, well, I don't remember what I originally tweeted, but after that one catch that Dallas Wilson had where it was kind of like Michael Crabtree, Texas Tech-esque, he looked like a hybrid of Jeremiah Smith and Ryan Williams. He's like 6'3", 220 pounds or something like that. He runs like a deer and you can't tackle him.
Yeah, no, I mean, and so you go, all right, we get why they were so hyped about him. And look, he's not going to have this whole season because now every team will be even more prepared for him. Manny Muhammad being out didn't help Texas at all, but none of that should have led to lapses that you saw throughout the game. The defensive line not wanting to play hard. Now, Colin Simmons woke up at a point in this game and started playing extremely good run defense. Which that was probably another one of those points if you want to take the positives out of a pile of dung that was that game. The Colin Simmons run defense where all of a sudden he just stopped rushing and started playing really elite run defense on the edge. I think that was a really fun, and you just went, okay, good. I'm glad we had, because he was a question mark in the run defense at points trying to rush the quarterback, but everybody just did not do their job. Jaden Ball, who we said had not had more than 18 carries, carried the ball, I think, 12 times on like the first series. It's like 10 to 12 times in that first series. I was like, oh, so there is no restriction on Jaden Ball. They're just not using him for whatever reason. So for whatever reason, which again, reason why Billy Napier should be in trouble was how did we not use Jaden Ball in these other games when he's clearly our best player? So he looks like he's going off. They start to slow him down a little bit later, which is probably because 27 carries. He's not used to having that load of work. So he gets slowed down a little in the second half. You start to figure out a couple pieces, but then the passing game's wide open because you're not able to get pressure because to stop Jaden Ball, you have to sell out to stop the run. So you just saw so many problems on both sides of the ball. And at any point, when you come in and lose both sides of the lines of scrimmage, it's embarrassing and it's a bad sign. It's fixable. It's something that Alabama got destroyed by Florida State week 1 on both sides of the ball. Weren't ready, weren't up for the game. And they got punched in the mouth and then curled up. Took blows the rest of the game. That's that Alabama-Florida State game. If you watch that one, that's how bad it would be.
Yeah, that game actually did come to mind for me when I was watching this one because it just the Texas defense in the first half looked a hell of a lot like the Alabama defense in that game.
Yeah,
they were slow. They weren't tackling particularly well. That opening drive was one of the worst drives I've ever seen from Michael Taft in my time watching him at Texas. I come back to that first, yes, CB, my dog's barking outside, and I can't tell him to shut up. He's too far away. I keep coming back to that first drive with that forced fumble by Grayson Littleton, and had Michael Taft fallen on that football, how different this game could have been.
Yeah,
but you can't do that.
Yeah,
it changes momentum, but you can't do that because he didn't fall on it because he overran it. Dallas Wilson fell on it, and they marched the ball down your throat and scored a touchdown.
Yeah.
I struggle to think that Manny Muhammad would have made any difference in this game whatsoever.
I mean, I think he would have made a difference, but I don't think he made the difference that it needed to be made because you still weren't getting pressure on DJ Lagway, and that's kind of the whole point of what was supposed to happen, and that's where they didn't spend $40 million. So they didn't. That's a lie made up by other people, but they did spend plenty of money. They spent as much money as probably anybody else did. It's just not $40 million. But this is the end of the day. It was not being up for the game that I think we talked to Corey Mose last week, and he was like, oh, the plan is containment. And it feels like that was the thing. Just go out there and play your style, guys. This team's not very good. We'll go beat them. Guys, go out there and play Texas football, and we'll go beat them. And Florida came out to whoop some ass, and you came out to play Texas football. and you got into a fight and you lost because you thought that they were going to do something they didn't do. And the players were not amped up. We're not ready to go for this game. And you do see any emotion out of them that was positive? We saw Arch, maybe at the end starting to get frustrated, which I understand because he's not supposed to take as many hits as he did. As far as you say, Steve, about he averages 3.1 seconds. It's near the bottom of top players, top 10 teams. It's not near the bottom of everybody. And those numbers are slightly skewed because he did have some really bad games earlier in the season. He's getting the ball out a little bit better now. That's also play calling. So you can also speed the plays up and try and put them into plays where the ball gets out quicker. Those are all parts of it. That's not necessarily a fully an Arch thing. It's kind of also a Sark thing. So those are two pieces that there is. And CB, they're coming off a bye week. They had 2 weeks to get pissed off, get told that they all sucked at football, and get mad about it and come in. And Texas came off 3 games where they were feeling pretty good about themselves, felt like they could walk in. And as coaches, you can't allow that to happen. That is the rat poison. And it got into the team this week. And so from the top down, from the coaches to the position coaches, to the assistants, to the players on the field, to the leaders who were supposed to be the ones to get these guys up for these games, it felt across the board like nobody walked in and said, what the hell is going on? Why do we pretend that we're that good? Why? We've seen the games. Why the hell are we acting like we deserve anything? And that's how those teams, that's how great teams stay good, is they basically stay in the thought that everybody doesn't think they're good enough. And it just didn't feel like it was there. And that's the issue that is fixable. Luckily, that's a very fixable thing because now you're hoping everybody's pissed off. The problem is you still don't have dogs on that offensive line, and I don't know how you put the dog in them.
It's really hard to figure out a way to. I will say I don't think Steve Sarkisian. This is the first time this season where I've thought Steve Sarkisian did not call a good football game.
No.
I didn't do an all 22 for the Ohio State game. I'd have to go back and look to see how that looked. But he dialed up so much late developing stuff downfield throughout the entire game, and he didn't change. And I think that led to Arch having to hold on to the ball so those things could develop, and he just didn't have time to hold on to the ball so that those things could develop downfield. I mean, there's a couple clips I'll show you later that are the exact that exact thing happens, and he gets the ball, and there's already a guy in his face, and there's nothing you can do about it. So, I don't understand how you came into this game with this mentality, especially considering the fact that you beat the crap out of somebody 55-0, and everybody still thought you were a borderline top 10 team, didn't give you any respect, didn't believe in you. I mean, how do you not use that as fuel to come out the next week against a Miami team or against a Florida team that, you could literally have hammered the nail in their coffin. And you could have sent a statement that we're back. It's SEC play. We're on the road. We're at Florida. We beat the crap out of somebody. We're back. And that's how you come out? I don't understand it.
No, and Steve, I get the concept that if you want to blame this on Arch, go right ahead. But you could fix Arch all day long, and it will not, getting him half a second faster doesn't win that game. It just does, because the guys weren't open. And we can say, you can go, well, he has a check down. They can cover check downs, and they covered the check down guy because they said, and that's why our guys were open downfield. That's why there were passes that he missed it sometimes, and they played man and said, play man deep, play one-on-one. We don't care because he's not going to have the time to get it downfield. By the time he can see that open and there's not a safety and he's able to make the play, it's too late, and he's going to load to his check down guy at that point, and that guy's got a linebacker on him. And so you kind of get screwed in that sense. That's where the play calling has to change. And we saw Sark change somewhat. He's done before. He's done better at evolving throughout a game. We saw once they got off the script on the fumble recovery, we saw Sark call that a better drive because he was now off the script. His scripts, he does need to hire someone to help him with the scripts. I'll give him that. His scripts are just normally not very good. They don't seem to work. And I know he's trying to always set something up later, but it feels like this is probably the biggest criticism I have of Sark of everything he does. I think too often he coaches for the team he wants, not the team he has. And he will call plays that in his head will work because everyone's doing what they're supposed to be doing. And when those things don't happen consistently, as a coach, you have to turn around and say, guys, I get it. You suck. And maybe you don't suck always, but you suck today. So what we have to do is find a way to make up for the fact that you suck. And we will call different plays for that. He didn't do that. He kept going, well, they're covering the stuff shallow, so let's keep trying to go deep on them. You're like, why? But that's not working. Clearly that's not working. And you're just hoping that Arch somehow throws a ball while getting hit that connects for a touchdown in there, and you look like a genius again. Now, it's just, that's the frustrating part, is you clearly, your offensive line is having the worst game that they have ever had as you as coach. And yet you are not at all just saying, screw it, we have to do something. We have to find some stuff out.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's going to be rough. I think you can now in the off week look at the film, and he makes adjustments better that way. He has found ways to rebound from embarrassing losses before, so you're not at the end of the rope. But it is there still is a lot of work to be done on a very young team. We've seen that, we've said that a bunch this season. This one's disappointing. Florida's offense looked a million times better than they looked in every other game, but that was because their offensive line protected. Funny how that works. It's funny how when the offensive line gives you enough time that you have no real problem going. And DJ Lagway looked better and the offense. And, of course, you bring Dallas Wilson in, who suddenly is a world beater. And so, like, all of those things kind of clicked, and you still should have had a chance to beat a Florida team that, if they had played like this against Miami and Florida and against LSU, may be in a better position they're in. But, those aren't the way the cards were dealt. So now you have to take this one on the chin and come back and figure out what you want to do going forward. And that starts with Oklahoma this week.
It really is amazing what you can do as an offense when you have time to throw the football and you can run the football.
Yeah.
Texas couldn't do either of those things against Florida. They got their brains beaten in almost every single facet of the game. And this is before this game, I thought the most embarrassing loss of the Steve Sarkisian tenure was the 40-21 loss in Fayetteville to Arkansas in his first season. This one surpasses that to me, because this team is much better across the board than that team was. I get that team had Bijan Robinson. That's cool. Who else did they have? Some guys that hadn't really been developed yet. The culture was kind of weird. You just fired your head coach. I understand that loss. This one, you're in year 5. You come into the season as a national title contender. You have a Heisman Trophy candidate before the season with Arch Manning. Multiple NFL guys on your defense, multiple NFL guys in your offense, seemingly. And you get beat by a team who was literally on their last leg.
Yeah,
this is the worst loss. I don't care that they lost to Kansas in overtime. I don't care that they lost to a bad Arkansas team on the road. This is the worst loss of Steve Sarkisian's tenure, bar none.
No, and look, I won't go that far. I think the Arkansas loss was worse. I get that you're supposed to be there. I get all those pieces. I still think the fact that they were not up for the game is infuriating. It's really infuriating. The fact that you played horrifically bad football, lost both lines of scrimmage, and were in the game tells me there's still something about this team that's decent. Because again,
I can tell you what that is.
The defense?
No. The defense played much better in the second half.
Yeah.
But this team, more so than the 2021 Texas team or even last year, this team feels like they never think they're out of a football game. That's what's different. They just have put themselves in a position twice now where they have had to fight back from an insurmountable deficit. And I get it was 14 points against Ohio State. They have arguably the best defense in college football. 14 points against that defense was really hard no matter who you are.
Yeah.
Florida, I get it. They were 1-3. They're 2-3 now. They were embarrassed by LSU. They were embarrassed by Miami. That is one of the most talented teams you're going to play all season in terms of just straight up talent. They beat you. You were down 22-7, and that's against that defense. That's almost an insurmountable deficit. And then you give up that touchdown late in the fourth quarter or whatever. That's what sealed it. The block punt for the safety. There's just so many little things in this game that if they go Texas's way, even two of these things go Texas's way. Like if Grayson Littleton's fumble gets recovered by Michael Taft.
Yeah.
And if they don't have the block punt,
Ryan
Texas probably plays their worst game of the season, and they probably win.
Yeah, Ryan Wingo hits that pass to Andrews.
Yeah.
Which again, we get mad that's an amazing play call by Sark. Worked perfectly. Right time to call it. Nailed it. And it was just a miscommunication, and he just did it. Maybe they didn't practice enough. Who knows? But it was the right play call at the right time. It just didn't work. And you feel like there was enough of that in the game to say you're not dead in the water. I know the overreaction because I sat there on Saturday and was like, we may lose every single game in the SEC. We'll probably beat Kentucky. We may lose every other game. That's what I was saying on Saturday. It is now Monday. I've come back down to reality a bit more and say, I don't know how we don't lose at least one more. That seems really hard at this point. 2 would not hugely surprise me. But I could also see Texas only losing one more game and still having a push there at the end of the season to be decent, but not a playoff team, not where they need to be. And that's very frustrating. It is. Don't get me wrong. But it is reality we're in now. And so I'm not going to start crying.
I'll say this. If Texas plays the way they played against Florida for the rest of the season, let's say that is the standard in SEC football, which is probably a little bit hyperbolic because I do think that they're going to fix some of these things. But if they play like that against Oklahoma, they're going to lose.
Yeah,
if they play like that against Kentucky, they can win. If they play like that against Mississippi State, they're probably going to lose. Although they don't have Fluff Bothwell anymore, I don't think so. That's going to be difficult, even if they do play that way. If they play that way against Vanderbilt, they probably lose. If they play that way against Georgia, they're going to lose by 40. If they play that way against Arkansas, they can probably win. If they play that way against Texas A&M, they're going to lose by 50.
Yeah, no, I'm aware. I think they will be like, I just believe that the team, I agree with you 100%. If they play like that, then yeah, you're screwed. Season's over, man. Like, it's a huge problem. Sark can stay, but you're firing basically the rest of that offensive staff. And you're like, this is awful. Like, sorry, Kyle Flood. You let this happen. We got to bring in somebody who knows how to coach. Because apparently you are not doing it right now. So I'm with you. I don't think it'll be that bad because I've watched football enough in my life. And I watched Florida. I watched a Florida team who looked completely awful play a really, really good game against Texas. And part of that is Texas. Part of that is Florida just coming out and changing what they were doing, changing their mindset, having that back against the wall philosophy, and fixed a lot of things. And Steve, it's not Arch. I can't tell you this enough. Arch is not great. Neither is Caldwell. Neither is Lacey. Neither is 130 quarterbacks in college football play. I get you want to make him the enemy. There's way bigger problems than Arch. You could put Tom Brady behind this offensive line, and we would have lost that game. I'm just telling you, the offensive line was a massive problem.
I don't think you could have put another quarterback behind that offensive line in college football. Maybe John Mateer could have made that work.
I think you could have put, by the way, I also want to throw this out to Texas fans. You know who also wasn't great, like wasn't an elite quarterback to start? Vince Young. He got benched multiple times. Like, I'm just, this is what it takes to build a quarterback. I know it's frustrating because we're Texas and we're not allowed to have down years. But this is what it is to build a quarterback. They do. It just used to be that we expected. You had a cycle and a quarterback played for 3 or 4 years for you. And so you had the cycle and then you'd be bad on year 4 or 5. And that was a cycle. And now there's transfers. We go get a transfer every single year. We have less of a chance to ever be great if we do that than we do if we try and build something up. I get it. It's frustrating. I am extremely frustrated after that game.
I'm going to say this one more time for the people that missed the beginning of the show. If you think Arch was the problem on Saturday, you don't know football.
It like he was part of it. He wasn't great, but no, he's again absolutely 10 or 15 on that list. So I'm not saying he was great, but also there was a lot of other problems on that team. And I get Texas favored against OU. Like, take that for what you will. I get Vegas missed this game, but Vegas also dropped the line right before the game, so they saw something was up.
Yep.
And so, look, I also am now in favor of getting rid of the AP poll. I'm in favor of, yes. It is true. We should do that, Hair of the Dog. You're right. Stoner Cowboys, you can be a troll all you want. I get it. You don't like Texas. We're going to beat you next week anyway. Even though we suck, we'll still find a way to beat you. So you can troll all you want. But if you look at this team and you go through what the possibilities are coming forward, there's still plenty of hope for this season. It just needs to start being addressed immediately, as opposed to what has kind of been the plan for all along, which is, I think, again, a Sark-led problem, where Sark has said from press conference 1, where we're playing 16 games. And I think you've told your team they're a playoff team too many times. And you have treated them. We got to be super careful. Don't want to hurt anybody. Now, everybody's all still hurt because that's how football is. But now you're still injured. You still have issues. But your team wasn't ready to play week because you thought, well, we should really take it easy. We should take it slow. We maybe shouldn't try and teach this offensive line how to be dogs early on. We shouldn't necessarily do all these things because we're going to hold it back a little bit. We're going to try and push a little bit farther. I think that there's a world where Sark has to understand he's not allowed to say we're a 16-win team just because he's gone to the playoff twice. I get it. But you can't say that to your team and not expect them to have the attitude of, we're better than this team. We're a playoff team. We don't have a win under us that matters yet, but we're a playoff team. And when they had that attitude, they need to have the attitude of Florida, which is everyone thinks we suck. I've already got a car and diamonds and everything else because I thought I was going to the NFL, and my draft stocks dropped 2 rounds since the season started. I better wake the F up and play some football. And I think you need to see more of that out of Texas. I think you will see more out of that at Texas because Texas is no longer a playoff team. Texas is no longer in that conversation. They can get back in it, but they're not in it right now at all. And so I think you will see some added vigor out of this team. Now, can the offensive line play better? That's the real part of it, because if they can't block for runs, it's going to be a really, really long season no matter what. But I think there is plenty of time to figure out some things. And Naman, I agree with you. They didn't run the ball enough. I don't know why Jarrett Gibson didn't play. I don't know what they were thinking of completely abandoning the run. I know what they were thinking, which was we can't run the football on them.
And we're down 2 scores in the second half.
I get that. Like, I understand that concept to it. I think they should have run the ball more because you had to try and build, like, wear down that. But you, like, to a point too, you're like, are we going to wear down a defensive line that is whooping our ass? Maybe they get tired from punching us too much. Like, I don't know what you were expecting out of it. But it was
that defensive line probably had the easiest day of a defensive line that I've seen in SEC football all season long.
Yeah, they look great.
They could have played an entire another football game, at least a half of another football game, the way that they were able to eat on Saturday. It was ridiculous.
Here's what Sark had to say. So the first question we already told you, Sark was asked about what they need to do. He said, coach better, play better. Gave the very dismissive answer to Chip Brown. Then he was basically, the next three questions are all about O-line. So the next one was, well, do you regret not getting anybody in the portal? Basically saying the same thing of like, your guys can't play. Do you not regret? And so he gives a little bit more of an answer on this one about what the offensive line has to do.
You know, I think inevitably you can play the hypothetical and the what ifs. You know, it's what's available and then what do you have. And, you know, I think our guys that we have are more than capable. Like I said, we got to coach better and we got to play better.
So there's Sark from today. The hypothetical. How do you add people? We got to coach better. We got to play better. He was not going to give too many ways to say it. Here's Sark today when he was asked about finding a way to get the running game better because that running game is awful.
Yeah, I mean, just like that. We've got to be creative. We've got to find more ways to be creative that way to get positive yards on first and second down. And again, to your point, there's a lot of different ways to get to that done. We got to have enough kind of in our toolbox on Saturday to be able to get to those things when maybe the traditional run game isn't as effective as it needs to be.
So there's Sark basically answering the question. We have to find more ways to get the running backs involved and get the short yardage game going, screen passes, little flare outs, outside runs, whatever you call it, get the run game going. That to me, and I get the pressure on the quarterback is kind of hand in hand with it, but 15 yards out of running backs, I don't know how many times you can win a football game with that.
Well, in SEC football, I think you win 2 more games like that. I'll put it that way. You can beat Kentucky that way. You can beat Arkansas that way. I don't think you can beat Mississippi State that way. I don't think you can beat Vanderbilt that way. Texas A&M is going to kill you if you play like that, if you run like that. I don't know. I feel like that's another very dismissive answer of, you know, I get that he doesn't want to put all his cards on the table and be like, well, we had to do this. We have to do this, that, and the other. But at the same time, it's like, you can't just come out and say, we got to find ways to get guys more involved. Like, of course you do. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows Jarrett Gibson should have played in that football game. Maybe he had an internal disciplinary issue. Maybe I don't know. There's no reason that has been made public so far that he should not have played in that football game. I get not having CJ Baxter is contributing to that. Trey Wisner didn't do anything in that game. I don't know if you would have called 20 other plays for the running backs if it would have been any different because your offensive line couldn't open holes for them.
No, and at the end of the day, that's the question.
Just real quick too. Your offensive line is also too slow to get to the perimeter on outside runs.
Yeah.
So it's not a matter of finding ways to get them more involved. It's a matter of getting guys out of their way, which Texas can't do.
Yeah.
Right now.
No, I agree. Here's another cut from Sark today, speaking about the running game problems.
It's not working, that's for sure. That's what's going on. You know, not to put it as simple as that. It just hasn't hit. And you know, we've been Rolodexing running backs. I think that's a little bit of an issue. You know, a lot of times when you have a runner, which traditionally for us, we've kind of got that lead runner and then a second runner. The lead runner starts to find a rhythm with the timing of the blockers, and we don't have that right now. And we got to fight to get there as fast as we can, because I do think there's something to be said about a runner getting carries. And I know you guys have been mad at me before. Why does one guy get all the carries and then there's a number 2 guy? Well, there's a reason for that. I think there's rhythm and timing into running the ball. Now, do we need to block better? Yes. Do we need a game plan better? Yes. Do we need to break more tackles? Yes. All those things add up to We don't have a run by our running backs over 18 yards. We've been spotty from a consistency standpoint in the run game. And that's what we're fighting for, and so it's easy just to put our hands in there and say we can't run it and let's go throw it every down. I just don't believe in that. That's not who we are. So we're going to continue to work at this thing. Hopefully we're better on Saturday. We'll find out.
And that's really what we're all waiting for now, isn't it? Well, hopefully we're better on Saturday. I mean, it's hard for me to believe the O-line will be any worse. There's an O-line that played decent against Ohio State. We didn't think anything great, but okay. We walked away and thought that was not necessarily the biggest fight. Arch was the biggest problem in the Ohio State game, not the O-line, and it flipped entirely in this matchup. And the run game is not there at all. We know they haven't been a good run line, but I mean, it's embarrassing. And now there's even more of a blueprint of this is what you do when you'll stop Texas, because they can't stop you. You don't have to use extra. Just load up the box and stop the run. They're going to throw deep passes, put everybody close, try and make Arch be a hero. And we don't think he's going to be able to be that guy. So that's really what they're trying to push right now. And it's rough. I'll play another quick one. Sark was asked about short passing and why they didn't try and get going, how DJ Lagway started the game and was real short pass, just get the ball out, just because of the trouble they had, which then led to Texas having to back off a little bit more on that line. Here's what Sark had to say about the short passing.
Yeah, I think to Arch's defense, he can only do what's called, right? And so I definitely would not put that on him. I think we went into that game with a mindset of we wanted to attack them vertically down the field. We felt like that was where they were susceptible, and clearly they were. We hit a couple, we didn't hit some. We missed a couple. And every game's different in the approach of how we try to attack people. We had some opportunities for some more rhythmic, quicker throws. It didn't come to fruition the way we would have liked. But again, every week, every game's got its own formula for success for us of how we're going to try to attack an opponent. And the flow of the game, to your point, then dictates kind of where you start leaning into and where you start going. I thought Florida, to their credit, Ron Roberts is a great coach. They did a good job of understanding that was where we probably needed to go, and then tried to take that away from us and made that aspect of our game difficult and forced us to kind of hold the ball a little bit more. So credit to them on that, but we've got to be more creative to find ways to get some of those more easy completions.
And yeah, that's a lot of talk to finish with. We have to find a way to make it work. There's not a world we live in where we can just say, oh, well, we'll just have to keep throwing it downfield. We just have to, because there's not the time to get it done right now. And you're allowing the defensive lines to get going. And Oklahoma is going to be good enough to do it. Georgia's going to be good enough to do it. Texas A&M is going to be good enough to do it. And so you're hoping that you could pick up a few easier wins against Vanderbilt and Kentucky and Arkansas that maybe don't have the same amount of talent at the defensive line that a Florida does. But that's a hope and a wish, and that's also how that's losing football to think that way. So I don't think that in all reality that's what they're going to be trying to overall do with this team. My man Chance says on the text line too, the wide zone run scheme is not working with all these slower big guys. And it's true. It's like there's no scheme that is working with this offensive line. They're not fast enough to get where they are, and you expect a guy, if he's not fast, to be able to be mean, but even on run plays, they're getting moved backwards. There's no point where they look like they're really being mean and trying to push. It's hard to watch.
Georgia last season in October gave everybody the blueprint to stop Texas's offense. And it has continued to be the case against Ohio State and against Florida. And it will be the case against Oklahoma.
Yep.
And it will be the case against Georgia. And it will be the case against Texas A&M. I don't know that Kentucky and Mississippi State and Arkansas and maybe even Vanderbilt have the ability to do those same things. But those other three teams do. So you got to figure out a way to break that mold somehow. And he's not doing it. Steve, I'm going to warn you. I'm not going to ban you. I'm not going to put you in timeout. But I don't want to put you on blast. You say Arch was very inaccurate in the short passing game. Got a whole page of stats in front of me right here, written down like a true reporter with pen and paper. Arch was 5 of 6 on short passes, which are 1 to 5 yards, for 27 yards. He was 4 or 5 on passes from 5 to 14 yards in this game for 39 yards. So if you do the math, that is 9 for 11 on short passing game in this game. That wasn't the issue. So if you're going to come in here and you're going to say he can't complete short passes, that's why he wasn't doing it, that wasn't the issue. I'm just telling you.
No, I'm with you.
I've got the stats to back it up. I've got the tape to back it up here in a little bit. You're going to see what happened.
No, I'm with you. There's a lot of problems. The play calling has to be better. You have to start trying to figure out ways. You have to understand, again, what I said about Sark. He coaches a lot of times for the team he wants, not the team he has. He has to realize he cannot do that anymore with this Texas team. He get away with it at points sometimes, and it's not going to be able to be pushed off today. And so, and Naman, I'll tell you this. There's never going to be a coach who comes out and just goes, oh, yeah, Billy Napier's a better coach than me. And it wasn't. I don't even know if he was really out-coached because, again, Texas was in this game, which is ridiculous because of how bad they played. The players were definitely outplayed, and he did not coach well. But I don't know if Billy Napier necessarily did. He got the players ready. I mean, I'll give him that. The players were ready to play for Florida, and they weren't ready for Texas. But I think Sark had plenty of problems. I'm not trying to defend Sark in that, but I'm also not going to say Billy Napier is a better coach. I refuse to go that far either.
Also, Arch was 2 of 2 on screen passes. So actually 11 of 13 on short passes, if you really want to get technical.
I get it. I'm with you, man. I'm with you. That narrative has been weird. I get why people put it. I saw somebody put up their video, one of the sports networks, that was basically Arch has to transfer because it's too big of a stage for him. You're like, yeah, that's what NFL teams love to see. The pressure was too big at Texas, so I'm ready for the NFL, though. I don't think that's the case. I think that's a bad take.
I'll read out my stats before I do my other stats before we do the film review. I'll save those.
Cool. And Steve, I get that. Arch is a growing project. Steve, I'll just say this. If your thought is bench the quarterback every time things get bad and we lose a game, then we can't discuss that, because it's kind of like the thought of we need to hire we need to add more guys. We need to add a play caller for Sark. The problem with that is if that doesn't work, that doesn't fix your problems. Sark wants to leave now. Sark doesn't want to coach he wants to call plays. So now you're asking for him to do something he doesn't want to do. There's problems with this where you can't keep trying to fix something by messing with it. And it always goes back to the cooking method, the cooking analogy, that when you're cooking, you can't always just go, oh, well, I'll just fix this by replacing this. You have to have the right thing to replace it. You can't always say, I'll add more, because if you add more, you will make the recipe bad. You have to work with some of these things and try and make them work. And I think Texas has done a good job of that in the past. They have had losses they should not have had and responded appropriately to them. So I think that will happen. The question is, how well will that happen and how quickly will that happen? Those are the pieces that we're kind of worried about right now.
Every team in college football has losses that they shouldn't have.
Yeah. Hey, let's all be thankful we're not Penn State.
Every team in college football has games where their quarterback doesn't play very well. Every team in college football has games where their offensive line gets torched. Every team has games where your running game isn't going. Not every fan base in college football is calling for a quarterback to be benched after every tough loss. I would venture to guess that every single person, or at least the vast majority of people who are calling for Arch to be benched right now, were the same people that were calling for Arch to replace Quinn Ewers last year.
Yeah. No, I'm with you. No, and Damon, I get the logic behind that, but I don't think it quite works that way. I get he needs to be better at winning big games. They need to have better plans. I'm aware of that. I also don't know. I've also been here when it wasn't a good coach here too many times. So we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, We're going to get into Matt's all 22 as well. Continue the conversation with you guys. Continue going off about this Texas-Florida game. If we have time by the end, we will get into some of the other action this weekend. Again, to say, we'll be glad you're not Penn State, because they're not having fun in Penn State either right now. So we'll take our quick break, come back, and continue rock and rolling here on a Monday edition, a sad Monday edition of Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
At Sleep Cycle Center, we can treat your sleep apnea in various ways. My story starts 15 years ago with the loss of my father to undiagnosed, untreated sleep apnea. And this is a very preventable disease, and treatment options are various. Millions of people across America have sleep apnea, and they fail to realize the early warning signs. Fatigue, daytime sleepiness, and snoring are the most common signs. We'll find the best solution using advanced technology, oral and epigenetic appliances, or CPAP. We offer weight loss, oral surgery, and laser treatments. Schedule your appointment today and get your sleep evaluation.
If you're looking to remodel a kitchen, renovate your bathroom, or maybe add some new life to your outdoor space, reach out to our friends at McCall Custom Homes. They are custom home builders and renovators here in Central Texas, and they've been doing it in Central Texas for more than 40 years. It's a father-son team with a ton of experience, and all of that experience is here in the Austin area. So they know what it takes to turn an Austin area home into something truly, truly special. Right now, our friends at McCall Custom Homes are offering free estimates to TSU listeners so they can come out to your place, hear your vision, they can tell you what they can do, and then you can go from there. Don't just take my word for it. Check out their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Look at the gallery of jobs they've done over the last 4 decades. And then when you're ready, again, reach out to them and they will come to you. McCallCustomHomesATX.com, or you can call or text Mike McCall directly at 512-633-9580. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
Field goal, end zone, interception.
What's up, kid?
Just trying to write a new commercial for audiovisual consultations. You know, football season is about to start.
Okay, so what have you got so far?
Roses are red, violets are blue, football is awesome, our installations are too.
Yeah, I don't think you're getting what I want.
Okay, how about my football lies over the ocean?
Boy.
Yeah, I guess I just don't really understand this sport. Like, think about hockey, a sport played by real men. Fights, no TV timeouts, and no flopping.
Yeah, that's why Audiovisual installs systems so that every customer feels like they're right there on the field.
People's love for football might be hard to understand, but ABC can tackle any residential or home improvement to get you ready for the big game.
Now you're getting it.
Ready for the halftime show?
What?
Hug your kids, laugh with strangers, and make love to whoever the hell you want.
Just call us at 255-8678. That's 512-255-8678.
Back here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan of Texas Longhorns on SI. And of course, you're the third member of Open Gym. The text line's open 512-222-9328. And of course, on the chat here on Facebook, Twitch, X, and on YouTube. Naman, it is a crazy season so far. Lots of losses. Luckily, Clemson got it going against North Carolina. That is saw Mac Brown maybe trolling North Carolina a little bit, and Bill Belichick. When the reports came out that Bill Belichick had told his entire staff to not retweet or like any tweets about the Patriots, because remember, the Patriots have Drake May, who is a North Carolina product, that he told him not to do anything from the Patriots. And then Mac Brown put out a post about Drake May and his big win. So last night, so maybe a little bit of trolling from Mac Brown to be like, dude, he's just waiting. He's just waiting for that Mike McDaniel job. He's waiting for that Dolphins job. That's all that Bill Belichick. It's brutal there. That one feels really bad, but they were also not projected to be in the playoffs. So that you get that one. Matt, into hour 2 now. That means it's time for you to get into your all 22 to break down, to look at this. I'm really interested to see this one this time, Matt, because I know you have some stats. I know you have broken down the game. I know there's a lot that is to come out of this, where Texas just did a lot of things wrong offensively. And what do you got for us this week, Matt?
Before I pull up the footage, I wanted to read off some stats for some people who, you don't get, these aren't the stats that are necessarily available on ESPN.com box score. Offensive success rate, which is the percent of successful plays based on yards needed and adjusted for down. Texas was 26%. They had 10 rushes for 7 yards on first down. They had a 40% rush. 40% rush rate is below average. 50% is above average. Texas's run rate was 31%. And those were rushes that are stopped. 31% of their rushes were stopped for no gain or a loss. They had a 25% rush success rate, which is the stat that I just read. That's horrendous. Arch faced the single highest pressure rate, 59.5% of any quarterback in a single game in the SEC in 2025. And it was the second most of any Power 4 quarterback all season. The only one that was worse was Nico Iamaleava, and his season opener had a 62.5% pressure rate. Arch had 29 attempts versus Florida, dropped back 42 times. Florida had 35 pressures. All but 7 dropbacks. He was pressured. They had 6 sacks, 7 tackles for loss, 8 QB hits. It's the most pressures in the Sark era since the Georgia game last season when they had 28. I already read the PFF grades for you, and I'm not going to go through the short passing game again. But on the deep passing, Arch was 6 of 17 for 160 yards. He was 4 of 7 for 116 yards on the left side of the field deep. He was 1 of 5 for 26 in the middle and 1 of 5 for 18 yards on the right. Because when he was going deep, he had no chance to throw the football because the pressure was just too high. So let's get into this all 22. Again, this is screenshots. This is not live footage because YouTube doesn't like that. But okay, let's start. 1st and 10, ball on the 25, first play of the game, 7:58 to go in the first quarter. What do you see here, Patrick?
I see, let's see, are we getting a handoff right here? And I see two Florida defenders already in the backfield, and one more is already halfway past the defender. Actually, I'm sorry, 3. I didn't see 34 there. Yeah, so we're at 3 defenders behind the line of scrimmage already with the ball being handed off.
You would be correct. So this is what happens. So Brandon Baker is pulling to the right. DJ Campbell is pulling to the right. Spencer Shannon's already out here. Trevor Goosby's getting manhandled. Look at Cole Hudson. The ball is at its mesh point right now. Trey Wisner has just gotten his hands on the football. And who is Cole Hudson looking at, you may ask? There's a Florida defender here. There's a Florida defender here. These guys are all crashing down. Cole Hudson is supposed to chip this guy right here. He doesn't touch him. He's supposed to chip this guy first and then chip that guy, I guess. Both of them come free. Both of them tackle Trey Wisner for a 2-yard loss in the backfield immediately, first play of the game. 6:55, 2nd and 6, first quarter, ball on the 46-yard line. Both tackles are absolutely abused here. Brandon Baker is letting his guy come around the edge scot-free. Trevor Goosby gets beat as well. Cole Hudson is losing his guy in the middle. This results in Arch getting flushed out of the pocket. He does get a positive gain on this play and gets a first down, but he has 3 guys running in him at the same time. Play number 3. 6:14 to go, 1st and 10, ball on the 40. Looks pretty good right here, right? Cole Hudson's got, I believe this is Sapp. He and Brandon Baker both have Sapp pretty locked up right here, right? Wouldn't you say, Patrick?
I mean, you'd hope.
You'd hope. Here's the problem. Cole Hudson ends up on his ass. Tyreek Sapp rushes through, sacks Arch. And you look at this, you look at the receivers, they're all going like this. And, Jack Endries is locked up. There's nowhere for Arch to go to the football by the time, because about 2 seconds later, Tyreek Sapp is right here. Less than 2 seconds. It's a second later. Tyreek Sapp is right here in Arch's face, and he gets sacked. 1st and 10, ball in the 25, first quarter, minute to go. This is the sweep to Ryan Niblett. And off the face right here, it looks pretty good, right? I mean, I think it's Trey Wisner right here blocking this defender. Brandon Baker is trying to block Miles Graham here. Cole Hudson's leading the way, assumedly to block 14 here. The problem is you get a little bit further into that play, and Miles Graham has absolutely abused Brandon Baker right here. And Cole Hudson misses on his guy, Trey Wisner had let this guy go. He doesn't really have an impact on the play. Miles Graham absolutely blows up Ryan Niblett right there, and Brandon Baker is falling on his behind once again. So not a good look there. First and 10, ball in the 37, early in the second quarter, 14:45 to go. Arch is dropping back here. There's already a defender in his face here. These defensive linemen are seemingly coming this way, expecting Arch to roll to the right because you had an offensive lineman move out of the pocket or whatever. But Miles Graham just comes screaming off the edge, unblocked, forces Arch to the left. DJ Campbell did miss on his guy on this play as well, as you can see a little bit here. Arch is able to get rid of the football to Jack Endries right here. DJ Campbell is expected to block this defender. The problem is he misses and completely misses, and Jack Endries ends up getting absolutely lit up in a play that I thought really set the tone for Florida. It's the one where 15 picks him up and drives him into the ground.
Yeah.
That was also a turning point in this game. But you can see right here with Arch. He's got Miles Graham on his left. He's got 95 on his right. He's got 93 coming up the middle. And there's only one offensive lineman in the area. I believe that's Trevor Gooseby, who's trying to fight off 95, and he's losing. So not a lot he can do there. 14:14 to go in the second quarter, 2nd and 9, ball on the 38. This is play number 6. I have in my notes here, Gooseby and Stroh both get beat. 8 stunts and beats Baker and Wisner, and Arch steps up. You can see right here, he has not even reached, or he's barely reached the top of his drop back. He's got 1, 2, 3 defenders in his face. His offensive linemen are chasing these guys down, trying to push them off of Arch. It doesn't work.
No, and by the way, in that one too, you can see his check down, but he is trying to look at read 1 right now. Like he's finishing his drop back. There's no chance for him to turn to his right and throw the ball that direction.
Not a shot.
So even though that chalk check down's there and he's open enough to throw it over there, he's basically lofting a ball up in the air at a really high rate and up there where the defender out there by the 40, if he can come in and pick that one off and take it to the house, he can't.
Correct. And as you can see here, Patrick, this is 8 coming on the stun around the outside. You seemingly have all 3 of these guys blocked, but Stroh and Gooseby completely miss on this guy up the middle. 24 comes across the edge without getting touched. Arch just has no shot on this play. And this is the play where he ends up actually getting injured. Yes, Arch did get injured in this game. He got a stinger on this play. I believe this is the play that happened. He got popped by 24 when so when he steps up into the pocket here, that's when he's trying to go to more on the outside. He gets popped. He gets the little stinger. Props to him for fighting through that, but he had absolutely no shot on this play either. We go to play number 7. All I have in my notes here, Patrick, is Brandon Baker gets worked. So this is 1st and 10, ball on the 45, 12:06 to go in the second quarter. Yeah, it's kind of blocked by this floating camera right here. This is a run to Trey Wisner. First of all, there's no hole right here.
No.
There's nowhere for him to go. He could try to bounce it to the outside, but this guy's going to come in and fill it anyway. That's assuming that Nick Brooks can hold this guard. That doesn't happen. Tyreek Sapp just blows right by Brandon Baker right here. He comes in and he makes the play on Wisner, as you can see right here. He just, because Wisner tries to bounce it back up this way when he sees the left side is full up. And that results in him getting absolutely smothered by Tyreek Sapp and these other defenders. And somehow Brandon Baker's all the way back here. What are you going to do there? Okay. Play number 8. Hudson Campbell and Gooseby all get I'm not gonna say that word. Hudson Campbell and Gooseby all get worked. It's 5-on-4 right here. I think that this defender's coming off the edge here. But I have Hudson. Okay. So Hudson gets embarrassed here, as you can see, that this defender comes inside and absolutely beats him. You go to the next, and this is the play where Arch was trying to go deep, and it just flopped short, and everybody's like, where was he going there? He should have hit Endries on the outside, but Wingo was open deep. Yeah. He was trying to hit Wingo deep. Cole Hudson once again gets beat on the inside, and it ends up with Arch getting hit as he's throwing and resulting in an incompletion. This is the end of that play. You can see that Endries is open here, but he's got Wingo open behind the defense here. That's where he's trying to go because he sees it. He just can't get it off in time. So you can see the timestamp here. It says 9.29 for Hudson starting to get beat right here. When he's getting hit, it's 9.82. So that happens 0.6 seconds later. That's not enough time.
Yeah,
that's not enough time. 4:49 to go in the second quarter, 2nd and 10, ball on the 25. Hudson and Brooks both try to block the same guy in this play. No one accounts for Miles Graham, who blows up the play. This is a toss to Ryan Niblett on the backside. They tried to run a little fake this way and then pitch it to Niblett this way. Hudson and Brooks are both blocking the same guy here, which allows Miles Graham to come here and blow it up. You also have 15 unaccounted for there. Andrews is supposed to take him. But as you can see here, Miles Graham, there's nobody on him. Brooks is trying to get a hand on him, can't do it. And it results in him getting tackled for, I believe, just a minimal gain there. He was fast enough to get to the outside, but this is kind of what I was talking about when I say with the outside runs earlier in the game or earlier in the show. It doesn't seem like they have the speed to run these kinds of things on the offensive line or the quickness or whatever you want to call it, the athleticism. Your entire offensive line is back here. You got your tight end blocking here. You got a receiver blocking here, but this guy was unaccounted for. And, even if he somehow breaks that tackle, you have this defensive back coming in here and making the play anyway. So it's brutal, isn't it, Patrick? It's brutal.
Not great. Not great.
So 4:32 to go, 3rd and 9, ball on the 26. Arch adjusts to protection on this play, and it gets picked up. Arch steps up in the pocket. Endries is thrown to the side. Arch is hit, and it causes him to miss deep. You can see Arch adjusting for the pressure here. He knows that this guy's going to come off the edge right here. And then you go to the next play, and Endries is right here. Wisner is trying to get the block here, and then you go on to the next play, and Arch has to. Wisner gets beat. Arch has to step up in the pocket, and then Endries gets thrown to the side by his man here, who is in Arch's face as he's trying to make the throw, and that results in this missed deep ball to Emmett Mosley here that was wide open and just overthrown, by the way.
Yeah.
by like a couple of yards, I believe it was. And that was with this defender hitting Arch as he's throwing the football. And again, you see him hit the top of his drop back at 950. He gets pushed up in the pocket less than a second later, and he's getting hit a second after that. So
yeah,
all this talk about him not having time to throw the football or having too much, or holding onto the ball too much, I should say, kind of loses water there as well.
Well, and two, I think that Mosley one is Mosley's been hurt. They don't have timing yet.
Mm-hmm.
They just haven't practiced together enough. So that makes sense on a deep ball that their timing is slightly off while he's being pressured and while he's got a guy in his face, that his timing might be a bit off with the throw of a guy that he's not really been able to practice with enough because he's a transfer that has been injured.
Yeah. I couldn't agree more. Second quarter.
Dogs agree too.
Yeah, dogs agree too. Second quarter, 3rd and 8, ball on the 14, 41 seconds to go in the second quarter. It's 5-on-4 here. You can see that, Texas should win this. DJ Campbell should be able to help out Brandon Baker. Stroh has his man right here, but you can already tell he's getting beat as soon as Arch hits the back of his drop. Cole Hudson's got 93. Goosby's got 74 on the edge. Stroh gets absolutely whipped on this play, and that results in a sack. Arch gets sacked on this play. You can see here, it's just he does not have a second to throw the football. Wouldn't you say, Patrick?
No, nope.
And as you can see here as well, like, he's getting sacked. These guys are still running. These three guys are still running deep. Injuries is right here. He's not. Arch can't get that ball to him when he's stepping up in the pocket. Your only shot is seemingly this guy over here, and I don't know what you can do in that situation. Can you take over for me for 2 seconds, Patrick, and just rip for 2 seconds?
Yeah, you're good. So this has kind of been the issue the entire game for them, which was when you tried to run some of these plays that were still 10 yards down the field, and where you would like to see in a play call like this, where Florida is starting to play back at these points, this play be at least have one of these two guys that are in the white there cutting early, running a slant here, doing something to give Arch an out a little bit sooner than that. So if this play is developing and you just move one of these guys up to give them a little bit of a shot to go underneath here and give Arch, hey, if it is a second you get to throw the ball, that guy should be running a slant to get the ball out to him. And even if it's only 5 yards or whatever, get the ball out to him instead, because we're running so many guys deeper and we're running guys, about 10 yards deep on this route. I go 1-5. Like, again, short yardage. We just have to get the ball out.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree with you more. You can see Arch getting sacked here at the end of that play. All right, third quarter. This is the first play of the third quarter. 15 minutes to go, 1st and 10, ball on the 30. You got another 5-on-4, or sorry. This is a missed assignment by Nick Brooks. Indries and Campbell get whipped, and there's nowhere to go. So you can see here it's a running play. There's a guy screaming off the edge here on Trevor Goosby. You're getting beat in the middle here. You're getting beat here. And there's just nowhere to go with the football. Wisner tries to go right. He gets forced back inside. This offensive lineman is already on his knees, and he gets wrapped up for a minimal gain here. Absolutely nowhere to go with the football. Third quarter, 14-49, 2nd and 9, ball on the 31. Arch has time to throw, but Goosby and Brooks both get pushed into him, which ends up in a bad throw. So again, you've got 5-on-4 here, which is pretty much what Florida was trying to do. Once they figured out they could get pressure on Arch with 4, they kind of stopped blitzing him.
Yeah.
And you can see right here, he's got a little time. But he gets pushed back up into the pocket. And yeah. So I skipped a play. This is the one where Cole Hudson gets worked and Nick Brooks gets worked, and it ends up in a sack. This is the play where they get pushed into him right here. You can see Gooseby gets pushed back, Brooks gets pushed back, and Arch is trying to throw a football. Two offensive linemen stepping on him, and the Florida guys got their hands in the air, and it results in absolutely nothing. Okay. Now we've got play 15. Third quarter, 5:37 to go. Ball on the 25, 1st and 10. Only rushing 4. You got a double team right here on 95. You got Brandon Baker holding on to Tyreek Sapp for dear life. You have Trevor Gooseby here and a chip from Spencer Shannon. Nick Brooks is one-on-one with this guy in the middle. Unfortunately, he gets thrown to the side, and Baker also gets abused on this play by Tyreek Sapp, but Arch is getting hit once again as he throws the football, and it results in an incompletion. Got a few more for you guys. Play number 16. We got third quarter, 3:09, 1st and 10, ball on the 39. All my notes say on this play, Patrick, is Brandon Brooks gets beat again. Nick Brooks gets beat again. As you can see right here, Tyreek Sapp starts on this side on Trevor Gooseby, goes inside on Nick Brooks, comes around the edge, completely beats him, and gets to Arch. Fortunately, Arch is able to get away, and he is able to throw the touchdown to Ryan Wingo. So this is a play, and I put this one. I put these next two plays in here for a specific reason. They were good plays for Texas at the end of the day because of everything that Arch was doing to try and stay alive in this football game. In any other scenario, if you have Quinn Ewers here, I don't know if it works. If you have a quarterback who doesn't have the grit that Arch has to be fighting through these kinds of things at this point in the game, I don't know if it works out. But he's able to get away from Tyreek Sapp here, step up in the pocket, launch it deep to Ryan Wingo for the touchdown, putting Texas back into the football game. And then Florida scores on their next drive. But this next play is probably the most impressive play that I saw from Arch all day in terms of toughness. Once again, you got 5-on-4. Brandon Baker gets absolutely destroyed right here by 93. As you can see, his head's tilting backwards. He's getting pushed back. 93 breaks through. Arch steps up this way. You have another, and he, excuse me, and Miles Graham is coming around the outside here. Once he sees that Arch is stepping up into the pocket, and he gets absolutely lit up right here by Miles Graham as Arch is getting rid of the football. But somehow he is able, I don't know how, but somehow he's able to put it right into DeAndre Moore's numbers right there for a first down. Unbelievable play there by Arch. Play number 18. I have in my notes, Brooks gets absolutely abused again. And this is another good play by Arch. 2nd and 20, ball on the 34, 14:54 to go. You can see here, Arch gets the ball, 5-on-4 on the offensive line again. And already you got 12:74 on the snap by the time Arch gets the balls in his hands. So about 1.3 seconds. Brooks is already getting beat on the inside here by 33. Arch is able to avoid the sack, step up into the pocket, avoid these guys right here, and he ends up running for a big gain. I believe it was his longest run of the day. It was 2nd and 20. He runs for about 30-something yards on this play. beats this guy to the outside, gets first down. So number 19. Number 0 comes on a blitz, and Christian Clark gets blown up. I mean, he's just Arch isn't even the top of his drop back yet. 0 comes from the outside, throws Christian Clark to the side, does a little spin, and I mean Clark's all the way back here at this point, and then he ends up sacking Arch from behind. Play number 20. This time it is Trey Wisner getting beaten pass pro. So it wasn't even the offensive line. In some of these situations, the running backs weren't able to hold up in pass pro either. 9:38 to go. You're down 15, 2nd and 10, ball on your own 15-yard line. Another 5-on-4 situation here. I don't know exactly, how you get beat when you got Trey Wisner right here on the outside chipping this guy. You got double team on 34. Looks like Devin Campbell's holding his own right here on 33. But Wisner lets the guy through and sack. And then the final Arch, I did think excuse me.
Hold on too long.
Arch did hold on to the ball a little bit too long on this play. But at the end of the day, it is what it is. Final play, 4th quarter, 6:43 to go, 1st and 10, ball on the 27. 29 comes free on the outside. You can see Trevor Gooseby locked up here. These two are chipping the defensive tackle. You got Brandon Baker and Devin Campbell on 93 here, but 29 is unaccounted for. He comes around the outside. As you can see here, 33 is also beating Trevor Gooseby on this play. And 29 sacks Arch Manning in what I believe was their 6th sack of the game, Patrick.
Yeah, not what you want to see. Not what you want to see in there. I appreciate you, Matt, going through and looking at all that film to show just how beat this offensive line was throughout the game, throughout the pieces. There's guys that you saw sometimes on those checkdowns, why the checkdowns weren't available, why you weren't able to get it out, why you're trying to make the reads. And it comes down to, at the end of the day, how does Sark start to figure this out? Joey says, I'm not against this either. If you move Cole Hudson back to left guard and try and figure out if maybe he can play left guard still, but he is not doing it at center. He's just not. By the time he snaps the ball and comes up, it feels like the play's already started and he is a half second behind it. And so he's just missing blocks and not being able to engage properly. And then, I mean, if you go to the offensive line even more, they got in the second half and knew they were being bad and then get a litany of penalties on them in the second half where, the pre-snap penalty problem comes back. That wasn't really a problem. I mean, was there one penalty in the first quarter? Like it started off and as bad as you were, you're like, well, at least there's not penalties. Like, let's take that. And then Texas went, oh man, we forgot we suck at this too. And threw those in at the end. So overall, it was just, one of those games that you want to forget, but you can't say over and over again, all right, we're moving on. It feels like there has to be a little bit more of an emphasis on it after, you play in that San Jose State game and you go, the O-line didn't look good. And then the UTEP game, they really didn't look good. And you keep going, well, that is what it is. And then, maybe move past those too fast, that Kyle Flood now has to go into it and understand that there is going to be a lot of calls for his job at the end of this. Well, especially because he's also the offensive coordinator, that they're going to be like, well, we need to bring in somebody else to help us because our scripts are not good. And now the O-line is bad. So I think he understands that his job is probably somewhat on the line coming up here in these next few weeks.
Well, I don't think there's any two ways around that. And I think Kyle Flood is a tremendous offensive line coach. He's one of the best in the business, but something is not working with this offensive line.
Yes.
And if you cannot figure that out, then some sort of change needs to be made, whether it's just bringing in somebody else to help Sark, script and come up with game plans and be the co-offensive coordinator and let Kyle Flood just focus on the offensive line exclusively. Or if it's as simple as shifting guys around, which I think is probably more so the case, Connor Stroh and Nick Brooks and Zena, or I think it's whichever Umea Zulu it is. I can't remember off the top of my head. All three of those guys have been a disaster at left guard so far.
It's Nato, right? Nato.
Yeah, Neto Umea Zulu. Thank you. So is it as simple as moving Cole Hudson to left guard and moving Connor Robertson to center? It could be. Could it be moving DJ Campbell to left guard and Cole Hudson to right guard and putting Connor Robertson in at center? Do you try one of the younger guys who are big and athletic, like a Nate Kibble or one of the other younger guys? I don't know that they have enough pieces and depth in this offensive line to make too many adjustments.
No, I don't think they do.
And I don't know that moving people around is going to solve the issue. I think the only way that this offensive line gets truly fixed is by hitting the portal extremely hard this offseason and bringing in veterans on the interior. A Band-Aid would be moving Cole Hudson to guard and trying Connor Robertson at center, but who's to say that's going to work any better?
I think that's something you try this week for sure, because you just cannot have what you had happening there. And left guard is just a rotation of misery. And Cole Hudson was awful at the center position. You're like, well, if he can fix the left guard position, then try Connor Robertson, who wasn't bad when Cole Hudson was out. Why don't we try him there? But yeah, it's. And Joe, you're right. Look, if they're 6-6, there will be really, really tough conversations to be had at the end of this season. I don't think they will be 6-6. I think they will be better than that. However, if they play like this and the offensive line doesn't show up, then Kyle Flood has to go. Like, there is no other option. He can go, well, we didn't have the players. You go, I don't care. You can't take a playoff team and a quarterback that people like and everything else and then just completely and basically say we did not develop any of our talent while we had the offensive line up front. We didn't develop anybody. And that's kind of the biggest issue. So I think that's where we're at. But I think that is, we'll have our overreactions tomorrow. I think that is, maybe I'll throw that one in there. I think it's an overreaction now because, again, we have seen college football teams go week to week. Big upsets happen when teams are not playing good football. We've seen teams get owned on both lines of scrimmage and then play better. I think this offensive line is never going to be good, but can they be serviceable is all I'm asking for. Again, it's so on his birthday, I will give one of my favorite ever Rod Babers analogies. And this is one of my favorites ever. I've told him this. I love it. But go follow Rod Babers online, by the way. It's his birthday. Go give him a follow. He's the best. But his analogy was when imagine you're at the barbecue, right? And you go over and you look over and you're like, oh, man, them ribs is good. Arch Manning's pretty good. We'll get our quarterback. We'll get our ribs. Oh, man, look over here. Oh, we got some brisket. We got some wide receiver. That's some brisket. Oh, we're going to have that. That's going to be okay. I'll get a plate. Oh, man, I'm going to get some coleslaw right over here. I'm going to go over and get some beef. Oh, man, this plate looks amazing. The offensive line is the plate. Doesn't matter how good all the food is. If the plate falls apart because you got a cheap, lazy plate, a lame plate, then you don't get any food no matter what. The offensive line is the plate. And right now, all of our food is in our laps because that O-line is awful. And that's what it feels like watching this team is there's just no way that you can win with that offensive line against other good talent. But I would have said this. And now the big difference between us and Florida was Florida's offensive line was supposed to be good. And then they played awful and then got better. That's the big difference. But if you watch the game film of LSU and you watch the game film of Miami, they looked like Texas looked in that game.
Mm-hmm.
Hair dog, that's not mine. That's a Rob Babers analogy. Is 100% stolen from Rob Babers. I cannot take credit of that hair of the dog, and especially not on his birthday. I can't do that. Matt, it's 5:45. We have talked about this a lot. We'll talk about it more tomorrow. Let's talk about some other games though, and I'll tell you what. Why don't we get into some NFL football real quick for 15 minutes or 10 minutes or whatever we do until we get to meathead. I do want to bring up a couple things because in the NFL, Matt, we did well. Our teams did well in the NFL, Matt. So I want to be positive. So we get in to the second, we get into this, the end of the show. Leave on a somewhat more positive note. By the way, Brian Thomas Jr., if you're listening, you should be getting ready for the game. I'm going to need you to get at least 20 tonight on fantasy. I need some good game from Brian Thomas. This game tonight. But across the board in the NFL yesterday, we did see the Cowboys show up. They weren't great, but it wasn't the 37-35 game I thought we'd see. They did allow the Jets 16 points in the fourth quarter when they were just kind of playing prevent defense, but they allowed 6 for the first 3 quarters. I get this is the only team without a win in the NFL. There is only one team with a 0 left on either side of them, and it's the Jets. So it's not a huge victory, but Dallas did look a little bit better. The defense, the benching of Trayvon Diggs, it looks like maybe they're picking up a little bit, I'd say, across this. Justin Fields still has 283 passing yards. They still ran for 144 yards on the Cowboys. It's not like the Cowboys are great, but they kept him out of the end zone, Matt. They kept him out of the end zone. And that's really all you're kind of asking of this Dallas team right now.
Yeah, I mean, you can't really ask for much more than keeping him out of the end zone, right? The defense was fine. I think that the important thing in this game that you saw was, there's 2 things, actually, I should say. The first thing, Javonte Williams was a good pickup. Yep. Good job, Jerry Jones. Like, I will give you your flowers when you deserve it. Javonte Williams was an excellent pickup. 16 carries, 135 yards. He had a 66-yard run. He had a touchdown. He was great. The other thing is, Dak Prescott, I think the stats might not say it this season overall. I think he's having his best year as a Dallas Cowboys quarterback, considering what he has to work with, and the fact that he keeps putting this team in position to win games. And I'll let you go here in a second, Patrick. But you are ostensibly a couple of CeeDee Lamb drops that were placed very well by Dak.
I agree.
And your defense collapsing against the Packers from being 4-1.
I'm with you. All I was saying is I said this last week, and I was met with opposition to this is the best we've seen Dak Prescott look. He's doing really good. He is doing really well this season. He's playing well. The offensive line is holding up enough for him that he's able to sit there in the pocket and make good passes. He made Ryan Flournoy a 100-yard receiver in this game. That's good Dak Prescott for you. Also, round of applause for Jerry Jones for getting George Pickens. We all know it was a good deal, but George Pickens still paying dividends. Very important to this team right now with CeeDee Lamb going down. It's very important. But they did what they need to do. Again, it's the Jets, but they got the job done, and you love to see that because they have a tough enough schedule away from that what we were talking about a week ago where we're like, oh, they could lose. If they lose this game, it's all downhill from here. I think that the flip of that is now they're going to do well enough they don't make any trades and it ends up. So Jerry Jones is still going to screw it up. Don't worry. Jerry Jones will still ruin your dreams. But they did get the win they needed to. I believe Jerry Jones was flipping people off in the game too. I think I saw that video. He's flipping off Jets fans at the game.
Also, just a quick shout out to another player as well. Shamar James.
Yeah.
Did anybody think that Shamar James was going to come into this game and have an impact? I probably didn't. 15 tackles for Shamar James.
Nice.
That wasn't on my bingo card.
No, not on mine as well. And then the Texans do what they had not been able to do for a long time. And yes, the injuries are big. No Lamar Jackson. That's the reason. We can all say it. But 44-10, they make this one count when they're playing Baltimore. CJ Stroud wanted to get going. 23 of 27 passing for CJ Stroud for 244 and 4 touchdowns in that game. Nick Chubb looked pretty good as well. Everyone who picked up Woody Marks is pissed off because he only had 7 carries for 24 yards. Nick Chubb was the guy they used more and more in that game. He averaged 5.5 yards per carry. But CJ Stroud, when they held him enough, he still took 2 sacks, but he was able to get it out. They were able to play pretty good. Does it give you more hope in the Texans? Now they're 2-3. Is there any hope that maybe they start to figure it out? The offense started firing on cylinders in the fourth quarter against the Titans. Now they put up double digits in 3 quarters of this game against the Ravens. Is it starting to feel that, or are they going to come back down to reality soon enough?
I mean, I think that you can take some certain things away from this game and be confident. Number one, CJ Stroud, 23 of 27 for 244 and 4 touchdowns. He was efficient. He was only sacked twice, which is good. I know this defense has struggled, or this offensive line has struggled rather, but and this Baltimore defense hasn't been particularly good. But that you weren't doing that against anybody this year, so that's a positive step forward. Nick Chubb was able to run the ball pretty well, 11 for 61. Woody Marks was involved a little bit, but you didn't need him too much. You got some pretty good production off of some of your secondary receivers, like Christian Kirk, 4 catches on 4 targets. Dalton Schultz, 5 catches on 6 targets. Jaden Higgins, 4 catches on 4 targets. So, these guys are catching the ball pretty well. And I think most importantly, Derrick Henry only had 33 yards on 15 carries.
Yeah.
He has been the kryptonite to the Houston Texans for the last however long he's been in the NFL. So all good things you can take away for the Texans there. I hope it kind of plays forward a little bit, and you can see these things start to kind of be more of a regular thing. But you have to see it twice before you can get confident about it. Probably 3 times, honestly.
Yeah, and we saw that the Texans told us last week that Matt Burke took over play calling for D'Amico Ryans on the defense before last week's game against the Titans. That he said, I have to do more, because basically D'Amico said, I have to help this offense out some. Like, I have to be over, because our offense is just, like, as a head coach, I got to do something. It apparently has paid dividends, because Matt Burke has called a shutout in a 10-point game against the Ravens. So he's allowed 10 points in 2 games now and 2 big wins. So he's been calling good plays defensively, and the move of D'Amico Ryans being able to oversee everything has worked out well for the Texans offense so far. I believe they are going into a bye week. This also makes me believe this is what they were talking about if things are already in the works for the Texans, that they were like, D'Amico's giving up play calling duties, would be my guess, was that was the big piece of it. I believe they're on a bye week this week. I believe is the Texans bye week this week. And then next week they play on Monday Night Football. So the Texans now get a week off before returning and playing the Seahawks in a 9 p.m. game on Monday Night Football. It's one of those.
I'm not watching that one. I'm going to warn you ahead of time.
It's just like watching the Houston Cougars on start at 9:30. And it's good stuff.
Thank you.
Stuff. All right, why don't we hit a break real quick? Come back, hit our meathead of the day, and wrap things up for us here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Hi, I'm Hayden Covert. Welcome to Covert Buick GMC of Bee Cave. Your home in the Hill Country for new and pre-owned Buick and GMC vehicles. With beautiful inventory arriving daily, including the GMC Yukon, Sierra 1500, and Buick Enclave, you'll be certain to find the perfect vehicle at an incredible deal. Our service department is also open for all your vehicle maintenance needs. Visit us today for a test drive. Covert, born and raised in Austin. We are professional grade.
Altstadt Beer, the best beer that you can find all throughout the great state of Texas. Y'all know I've been a fan of Altstadt for years now, and if you try it, I think you will be too. If you've already tried it, you know exactly what I am talking about. Altstadt is brewed locally in Fredericksburg, but available all over the state of Texas. So if you're tuned in Austin, San Antonio, Dallas, Houston, it does not matter. You can find Altstadt at a local grocery store or liquor store. They've got a bunch of different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. The lager, the Kolsch, those are their two flagship beers, both award winners. They are fantastic. The Altstadt Light sacrifices on calories but does not sacrifice on the taste. They've got great pills, tons of great seasonals as well. I'm telling you, one sip and you won't go back to the other beers you've been drinking in the past. It is the official beer of BK. It should be the official beer of you as well. It's Altstadt Beer. No impurities, no regrets.
Hey y'all, I'm Camille McKay.
And I'm Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations.
The old man and I are here to give you your summer weather forecast. It's hot.
That's right, kid.
Which means it's time for pool parties, grilling burgers, and taking a beach vacation, right?
Well, I don't know about a vacation, but Audiovisual brings more heat than any tropical destination.
It was worth a shot. I'll settle for some outdoor speakers.
You know, Audiovisual can do a lot more than that. We provide outdoor video screens, audio systems, landscape lighting, even solar shades for your patio to keep the Texas heat at bay.
Well, I'm sold. Let's wrap this up. I'm ready to lounge on a floaty and listen to some smooth jazz.
Well, that sounds wonderful, but some smooth reggae is the way to go this summer.
Good thing we can listen to both with the Sonos sound system. I call dibs on the floaty, though. Peace out.
Kid, wait a second. Give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit us at avconsultations.com. That's 512-255-8678.
Back on Open Gym here to wrap things up on a Monday afternoon. Appreciate everybody who's hanging out with us today. Even though it is probably not for the best reasons, it's because Texas looked really bad. But hopefully we're going to turn that around. We're going to try and add some positivity to the show. Naman, as far as not being the offensive coordinator, not the play caller, that is so all the names and stuff are more ceremonial a lot of times now, where, you know, someone gets some extra title put on so they make a little bit more money because an offensive line coach doesn't make as much money and doesn't look as good on the resume. I think there's a lot of guys who work on the game plan with Sark. Sark and Kyle Flood go way back. It was one of the ways you were able to get him to come to Texas originally, to steal him away, was to give him that title that he was not going to have where he was at, which I believe he came with them from Alabama, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so to get him to come, you give him that offensive coordinator, you get Jeff Banks special teams coordinator, you give them a little bit higher so they can move up in the pay scale. They're not play callers. Lots of teams have offensive coordinators and defensive coordinators who are not play callers. The head coaches do it, but they do work on the game plan. They do coordinate your playbook and everything else. It's just led by Sark to do all of those things.
Yeah, I mean, it's a weird scenario. Some teams do it. If you have a head coach who likes calling plays, then he's your play caller. That's just how it is. He get Kyle Flood game plans with him during the week. He helps him develop the script. He helps him, figure out the matchups and the personnel, and he does everything but that an offensive coordinator would do, but call the plays. It's as simple as that. So, it is what it is. I maybe you got to have a change there. Maybe you don't. I still don't necessarily think that it's Sark calling plays. It's
no. I think
a matter of taking. I think it's more of a matter of taking some things. If it's offensive line is an issue, I think it's a matter of taking things off of Kyle Flood's plate in terms of game planning.
Yeah, I will say this: there is at the end of the day, it's going to come down to a bigger sample size for me than what we've seen. Real quick, our meathead of the day. You can tell me which one you think it is, Matt. But this happened during the Texans game. that Jalen Noel.
This is his first career NFL touchdown, JJ.
Scores a touchdown.
Yeah.
Does
He
the
something in Baltimore
Ravens dance.
For many years,
Does
we've never been allowed
Ray
by an
Lewis dance
opposing
in there.
player.
He goes
And
to get
that
his
just kinda
football
speaks
back.
to it, and then there's a little bit of a tussle as he
Goes to get his football back there at the end after doing the Ray Lewis dance, and Jair Alexander tries to take the ball away from him. That is his first touchdown as a NFL player, rookie Jalen Noel, and because he did the Ray Lewis dance, Jair Alexander wanted to take it away. Here is Jair Alexander responding and telling why he did that.
This is his first.
Wrong one. Let's see if we have the right one. Or do I have two of the same video? Oh, I got two of the same video, so I don't have the other one up here. So, but he basically responded and said he did it on our end zone, and he did a dance that was that, so I didn't think he deserved to have the ball. And you say, sir, you are getting your butt kicked by a team that has a losing record. You have been awful all season defensively. You don't get to pick these things. If you were a good defense, he wouldn't be in the end zone.
Yeah, I mean, I get his frustration. You're getting your ass kicked, and Jalen Noel's doing something he probably shouldn't have done. Let's be honest about that. That's
somewhat disrespectful.
It's a little disrespectful, but hey, if you don't want to get disrespected, don't lose 44-10.
I will say this: I'm still more afraid of Ray Lewis, and that's why I would not do that type of thing.
Yes, I would also be terrified of Ray Lewis
because if Ray Lewis showed up at Houston in a white suit right now, be running away from Ray Lewis in the white suit. Appreciate you, Joe. Appreciate everybody tuning in to hang out with us. We'll be back tomorrow, get more into Texas and Florida as we start to wrap that up and get into Red River Rivalry Week, the most annoying phrase when you had some drinks in you. We will get into all of that and continue our fun. But until then, be kind, be safe, keep your underwear clean, and we will see you right back here tomorrow for more from Open Gym.